Okay. Is Tanisha Davis here? Tanisha Davis? How about the applicant for 7050 South King Drive? So now what you do is you look for that address and then you sign on the top as the attorney, because then I know where to send. Okay. Okay, great. Everybody's doing a good job and I really appreciate it. These forms are very important to the board, to the court transcriber, as well as to the legal attorneys. Counsel, how are you? Good to see you. Very good. You as well. I like birds. So everything with you? Good. Pets still spoiled. I blame.
Bo's good.
Yes, I blame. Right, we always argue about it. You know?
How do you like this wonderful winter? Is he okay with the booties?
No, she goes right out. She goes right out.
Really?
Yeah, but her walks are cut short after she realizes she did.
Yeah.
She wants to go back.
I've been having the hardest time this year with my dog. It's just like she hates it. She will not put the booties on. You know, her paws get all stretched up and. Ugh, I'm ready to move.
Senior counsel always.
We all sign it, we just leave the paper on
Yes,
the table.
just leave it on the table. Now, one thing you want to be aware of, okay? And I'll make an announcement. There are what are called continuances, okay? Listen carefully in case your case gets continued, all right? Because you don't want to make a note of when it's continued, okay? So that's just one thing to pay attention. I'll make an announcement to that. Otherwise, oh, thank you, sir. Other than that, just wait till your case is called. Now, here's an agenda, so you can see where your case is, you know.
Are you missing a lot of these forms?
No, those were blanks. They moved them around. They should.
Can't find 1880 North.
Okay, let's see. 1880 North Milwaukee. Does anyone have the appearance form for 1880 North Milwaukee? Oh,
Or the attorneys and the applicants.
yes, we do. Everyone.
Okay,
That's
all
the
around.
chairman's ruling.
Perfect, thanks so much.
You're welcome. All right, let's see. We got to find that one. Oh, why do they take this?
I don't think anybody, I don't think anybody's objecting. My client would grab.
You're right. Somebody took it. Does anyone have the appearance form for 1880 North Milwaukee? You know what, council? Let's just make one. When you're done with the appearance forms, please return them to the table, if you will. Oh, I wish. Thanks again, Nikki. Those forms so great. Even the chairman mentioned, even the chairman said. Okay, if anyone is here to request a continuance, you would go down that aisle that the gentleman is standing in right now in the suit. There he is. Okay, that's the aisle for continuances. And that will be started shortly. Hey, council. Good, how are you?
The first time I never do like this. I put this,
So you're there against, right? That,
Yeah.
okay, you did great. If you could put your zip code, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you can just leave it right on the table.
I put in the.
Perfect. Again, no food, no drink. If you're here for a continuance, you can line up. People in opposition, I recommend sitting on the east side of the room. People for or with the applicant can sit on the west side. There are two exits into the middle chamber, one on the very far right, one on the very far left. I can find out. Oh, that's you. Okay. But let's make an announcement. Is Attorney Pat Turner here? Attorney Pat Turner. Okay, he should be here shortly. Pat Turner? Oh, again, if you could remove your hats? Could you remove your head? Thank you, sir. Sorry about that. Find your appearance form, look up the address, okay? So what you do is you find the address, it's up here on the top, so look for yours. Okay, on any of these. Once you find it, okay, then, are you the attorney? The translator, okay, so you fill out your name, address, and zip code, as well as the applicant's name, address, and zip code. Both. That way we know there's somebody here with the applicant. If you even write this.
We come right.
Just put it to the side. I'm watching.
No, I left my thing over by the front. You watch, don't lock the door on them. Thank you. No, I don't know what I did with it. I have to come back in. Busy day now. Oh, gosh, yes. First one of the year. First one of the year. But thank you again. I know you don't recognize, but I have been. Good, 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 yeah. Oh, yes.
If, I'm gonna fill this out,
Mhm.
I'm waiting on them.
You did good. You did good. At least I know I can figure out who these two are. That's fine. You were more important. I needed to know who you were. So that you did perfect.
So just leave it, yeah, okay.
One more question. If we're against it, we got.
You don't have to, but it's easier because then you're gonna go down to that bank of chairs, okay? So I just suggest, and then, listen carefully to your case. So yeah, go over there and sit, and then. Yeah, over there. Right. Oh, wait, okay. Pat Turner, yeah, that's right.
Good are you?
Okay, everybody, it looks like we're going to be starting soon. Yes, now, you're going to be able to see up on the screen your case address and the calendar number, yes. Now, the chairman.
Oh, okay. Thank you, okay. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Sneak past.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the January 19th, 2024 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Brian Sanchez, and I am the chairman of the ZBA. With me today are Commissioners Sam Toya to my right and Commissioners Angela Brooks and Zurich Esposito to my left. I'd like to call this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioner Toya. Here. Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
Commissioner Esposito.
Here.
I am present. Quorum is established. The minutes of December's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The minutes are approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the agenda is approved. Now I will take continuances and withdrawals. If anybody has a continuance or a withdrawal, please step forward at this time.
Chairman, on page one, case number 40223A, on behalf of the applicant, he's requesting a continuance to the March hearing date.
Okay, calendar number 40223A will be continued to March 15, 2024,
And to the 9 a.m. call.
the 9 a.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of both the applicant and DPD, we're requesting a continuance on 1024S, which is 4919 to 27 South Cicero. What we'd like to do is ask if we can move this to the afternoon session. We're working through just some final details on refining the parking, just to make sure it's code compliant, and we feel that we're very close.
Okay, great. So calendar number 1024S will be continued to the 2 p.m. call today, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
And one more, Mr. Chairman. Oh, actually, three matters on page one. Cases 34823Z, 34923Z, 35023Z, 2519 West Devon Avenue. These were originally up in November. While we were in progress for our hearings, the applicant had sent an email to Patrick Murphy requesting that his applications be withdrawn.
Okay, so calendar numbers 34823Z, 34923Z, and 35023Z are hereby withdrawn. All right, let's call our first case. While everyone is getting situated, I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 124S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, KWB1 LLC. Two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. And three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 16, 2024, all prepared by ID Architecture. Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Very good. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. Appreciate being here. John Fritchie on behalf of the applicant, KWB1. Seated to my right is Kenneth Bell, the principal and majority shareholder of KWB1. We got Janessa Williams to her right, also with KWB1. Anna Shreve, who is with Liberator Illinois, the MSO. Eddie Winters, Vanguard Security. Joe Ryan, LaSalle Appraisal. In the interest of brevity, I will give you just that. Mr. Bell. Yes. You submitted an, let's do this. You submitted an application or an affidavit in conjunction with this application. Is that correct? Correct. If I were to question you about the statements made in that affidavit, would your answers be consistent with that? Yes. I have no further questions of you, Mr. Bell. Ms. Williams, would you please state your name for the record?
Janessa Williams.
And you were also with KW1 and also happen to be the niece of Mr. Bell, is that correct?
That is correct.
You also filed an affidavit in conjunction with with the application, is that correct? You did not? Okay. Ms. Shreve, please state your name for the record. Ms. Shreve, you're a principal of Liberator, Illinois, is that correct?
That is correct.
Multi-state operator?
Yes,
Okay. And you filed an extensive affidavit in conjunction with this application, is that correct?
that is correct.
If I were to question you thoroughly with respect to the statements made in that affidavit, would your statements be consistent?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Counselor, let me just pause for 1 second. I see we've got a gentleman over here. Sir, are you here in objection?
Oh, no, Yanni Davis from ID.
Oh, he's
The
part of your
architect on
team?
the
Okay,
project.
excellent. All right, continue.
We brought a lot to the party. Mr. Winters, will you please state your name for the record?
Eddie Winters.
And Mr. Winters, you are the president and founder of Vanguard Security Systems, is that correct?
That's correct.
You'll be providing security operations for the dispensary, should it be approved?
Yes,
Mr. Winters, we also you executed an affidavit in conjunction with this application, correct?
that's correct.
If I were to question you extensively with respect to the contents of that affidavit, would your statements be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
I have no further questions. Mr. Ryan, not that anybody doesn't know
Morning.
you, but for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Mr. Ryan, you were retained as an expert witness in this matter.
Correct.
And you prepared a report as far as the applicability of the requirements of the zoning, of the Chicago zoning ordinance with respect to this matter and its appropriate nature for a special use?
Yes,
Is it your finding and opinion that it complies with all the requirements by the city for the granting of a special use?
yes,
And the report that you signed and certified is accurate and complete to the best of your knowledge, is that correct?
that's correct.
Mr. Davis, will you please, say your name for the record?
Ioannis Davis.
Mr. Davis, you were the architect on this project, correct?
Yes,
And you prepared extensive drawings with respect to this project, is that correct?
yes,
And in fact, we've revised those drawings several times over the last week or two to address certain concerns of the city, is that correct?
yes, sir.
You also filed an affidavit in conjunction with this application, is that right?
I did.
And if I were to question you extensively with regards to the contents of that affidavit, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
It would.
I thank you. Mr. Chairman, I've made it as brief as I can for you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement.
I
Thank you.
appreciate the time of everybody. Thank you.
Z and 324Z. 2431 West Erie.
Okay, okay. All right, for the record, for calendar numbers 224Z and 324Z, Commissioner Sam Toya will be recused. All right, Counselor, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Karina Sanchez, attorney for applicant, seeking a variation to reduce the rear setback from 35.08 feet to 22.33 feet in order to construct a proposed second-story deck and rear stairs connecting to the proposed deck on an existing garage. With me, well, I'll say the lot itself is a lot smaller than a standard lot size at 24 feet by 124.35, creating practical difficulties for the location of this garage, roof deck, and stairs to strictly comply. And this will not negatively impact the neighborhood, public health, safety, or quality of life. With me, I have the property owner Kevin Bernard. For the record, can you please state your name and address?
Kevin Bernard, 2431 West Erie Street.
You have submitted, you have prepared and submitted an affidavit in this application. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that of the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. I also have with us the architect on this project, Salvatore Margarina. You have also prepared and submitted an affidavit in this application. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that of the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I don't think they were sworn in.
Oh, that is, thank you, Commissioner Esposito, for pointing that out. I forgot to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
We do. Yes.
And do you also swear and affirm that the testimony that you just gave was the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you tell, just, it's a little confusing, this application. How much of this project is already built and how much will be built? What portions?
Yeah, I'd like to have our architect speak to that more intelligently.
It's basically built already.
That's
So
what I
it's
thought.
been built for 4 years.
Okay, so could you tell us more about the process through which it was built and why it didn't get proper permitting?
I came in after it was built, so, I mean, the owner could tell you. We didn't realize we needed a permit when we started doing the project, was the only reason we didn't get a permit.
Okay, and what about the contractor did not tell you you needed a permit?
He did not.
Could you tell us who the contractor was?
His name, can I look it up in my phone? I don't remember.
Yeah.
We're not using him any longer, so.
It's amazing how many people forget the names of the contractors.
I'm gonna find it. I only have him stored as Jason Deck, but give me 1 second, sorry.
But you hired this contractor?
Yeah, I
construct this?
have a contract with him, but it's been a long time, but I did hire him.
So how long has it been?
I think it was 2020 when I hired him. Yeah, because during
And
COVID.
how much did you pay for the construction of this?
I've paid 12,000 so far.
Okay.
And when you hired this contractor, I'm sorry, did you say it was Jason Deck?
Well, I had to have stored on my phone. I got to find it.
Deck just being because he was
He was
working on the
building a
deck?
deck, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you hired this contractor, was there any discussion with him about permits?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. But any other questions from the board?
No, not at this time.
I see you're still looking through your phone. Are you going to find
I'm
that?
trying to find the actual name of the
If you
company.
could find it, we would like it for the record.
While we wait for him to find it, I guess for the record, I'd also like to say, once the property owner was notified that a permit was needed, all construction was stopped and has not resumed since. And we've been following all zoning rules since then, as well as there are multiple garage roof decks on this block, so.
But the whole thing was already built, so there was no construction to stop, right?
It's not fully finished.
Oh, it's not.
No,
Okay.
it's just the stairs were finished.
Okay. So you did get a stop work order?
Yes.
Okay.
And that we complied with.
Okay. No luck?
I'm sorry, I don't have it right now.
All right. That's okay. We're going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, 424-S, 200608 through West 79th Street.
Good morning.
Morning. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Hôm nay mình đến là mình nói chuyện cho đâu, giống như là mình nói chuyện là the truth, chứ mình nói
Oh,
chuyện thật.
hold on. Let me start over. We have a translator here.
Yes, I'm translating.
Okay, and what language are you going to be translating today?
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese. Okay, let me swear you in first, and then we'll swear him in. Do you swear or affirm to accurately translate Vietnamese to English and English to Vietnamese?
Yes.
Okay, now let's swear in the witness here. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Hôm nay là khi mà anh làm như vậy, tức nghĩa là anh sẽ nói thật với người ta đó. Yes. Anh nói.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. All right. You have to answer for him just to say yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's have Nancy Radzovich read the department's recommendation for this matter. Oh, let me swear you in, Nancy. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Proceed.
This is the recommendation for calendar number 4-24-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay. Sir, could you tell us a little bit about your experience? Let me start over. You want to open a nail salon, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience in the nail salon business?
Kinh nghiệm làm nail của anh được bao nhiêu lâu?
4 năm.
He has been doing nails for 4 years and he's currently work for a nail salon 30 phút phải không? 30 minutes away. More than 30 minutes away from where he wants to open the salon.
And do you have any licenses related to the nail salon business?
He has a nail technician license.
How many employees do you intend on having?
Tiệm nail mình sẽ mở bao nhiêu, mình nghĩ là mình sẽ bỏ bao nhiêu thợ gì trong đó. Trong đây nó ghi là we're planning to have at least 5 to start and then 10.
And what are the hours that you intend on keeping?
Tiệm mình sẽ mở từ mấy giờ tới mấy giờ?
Từ 9 giờ tới 6 giờ.
9 to
9 giờ rưỡi đến 6 giờ.
9:30 to 6.
Is that every day?
Yes.
7 days a week.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 524F, 750 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
While everyone is getting situated, I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 524S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed beauty salon, hair salon, and barber shop.
Morning.
Good morning. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Awesome. Good morning. With me, well, for the record, my name is Attorney Scales. With me, I have Ms. Tanisha Davis, the manager and operator, and the applicant, and Mr. Kareem Musawir, the land consultant. Ms. Davis, can you please state your name and address for the record? Name and address.
Tanisha Davis, 7050 South Martin Luther King Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60637.
And you're the manager
Yes,
of For Love Hair Studio LLC?
yes, For Love Hair Studio, LLC.
And are you proposing to establish a 5-chair hair salon and barber shop in a storefront located at 7050 South King Drive?
Yes,
And have you successfully managed several beauty salons for the past 17 years and are now ready to open your own?
yes,
Is it true that you're proposing to operate 7 days a week, primarily by appointment from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m.?
Hold on, stop. If you could step back from the microphone a little bit, it's coming out mumbled. Our court reporter is having a hard
Sure.
time.
No problem. Is that better? Awesome.
If you could.
Do you need me
yeah,
to start over?
Yeah, please
Sure.
do.
Ms. Davis, can you state your name and address for the record?
Tanisha Davis, 7050 South King Drive, Martin Luther King Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60637.
And are you the manager of the applicant for Love Hair Studio?
Yes, I'm the manager.
And are you proposing to establish a 5-chair hair salon and barber shop in the storefront located at 7050 South King Drive?
Yes,
And have you successfully managed several beauty salons in the past 17 years and are now ready to open your own?
yes,
Is it true that you're proposing to operate 7 days a week, primarily by appointment from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m.?
yes,
And that you only plan to hire licensed practitioners, correct?
yes.
Mr. Musawir, for the record, can you please state your name and address?
Kareem Musawir, 221 North LaSalle Street, Chicago.
And are you a land use consultant?
I am.
And have you been before this board before?
Yes, I have.
and the board recognizes his expertise. Mr. Musawir, you prepared a report in this matter?
I did, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that report?
Yes, I would.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just gonna
No further
short circuit it.
questions.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this, is the gentleman here, is he planning to testify today?
No.
He's the owner of the property.
Okay. All right. With no questions from the board, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two cases, 624Z and 724Z, 1342 West Newport.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Acosta, if you could proceed with the short form, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Rolando Acosta, here on behalf of the applicant. The matter before you involves a roof deck, connection to the roof deck, and a rear yard open space to relocate the rear yard open space from ground level to the top of the garage roof. The property, as you can see, is on 1342 Newport. The land itself is slightly irregular because the back corner of the property is clipped to allow this, the alley. This is where the north-south alley connects to the east-west alley on the street. So the back corner of this property is clipped to allow for that turning radius. The applicant purchased the property. It had the rear decks that you can see on the photos already built there. The backyard was overgrown. The garage was in a state of disrepair. She hired one contractor to put new decking on the rear decks and a separate contractor to clear the roof and repair the roof on the garage. Both contractors were required to pull permits for the proposed construction. The contractor for the decking on the roof pulled a permit. The contractor for the roof, clearing the roof and the roof deck and the roof bridge did not pull a permit, unbeknownst to the applicant. When the contractor for the roof decking started work and the city came to inspect that work, they noticed the other work, hence cited the applicant for a violation that brings us before this board. Obviously, the hardship here is caused by the lack of distance between the existing house and rear decks and the garage, which really shortens that distance and would make the lower level of the patio unusable if we actually had to put a stair down there. We have talked to the neighbor to immediate east, Mr. Green. He has no objection to this. We've spoken to the alderman. He has no objection to this and submitted a letter of support for this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have the two witnesses testify to their affidavits. Ms. Cooney, can you state your name and address for the record?
Mara Cooney, 4242 Evergreen Drive in Lyle, 60532.
And I previously prepared an affidavit that summarized your testimony, and you reviewed that and executed it. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Radu, can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Radu Alexa, Chicago, 4747 West Peterson, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
And I prepared an affidavit. You are the architect for this project. I prepared an affidavit summarizing your testimony. You reviewed it and executed it. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the only other thing I forgot to tell you in my introduction, Quality Roofing was the contractor who did not pull a permit.
Quality Roofing?
Yeah.
Was going to be my first question. Yes, go ahead.
I just had a clarifying question. You're saying that you purchased the property, the decks, I guess, were already there?
The back decks were already on there. Yes, correct.
And did they have the steel balustrades around them, the balcony railings, the pergola?
The railings, so the garage,
Yeah, what exactly?
so the
was
garage was a
structure?
flat, the garage was a flat roof, rubber roof.
So
that
it was
needed
not
some-
being used as a deck?
It was not, it was, I needed it repaired. I had called a roofer. I had someone else who was repairing broken boards and scraping and repainting the back decks. So I had the roofer out and I asked if it was possible to use that space. The backyard was completely overgrown and it took me 9 months to find someone. This is COVID time to find someone to clear that out. I had a family with 2 young kids in the downstairs using it. They had no place to go.
We were busy here during COVID. So why was this bridge decided upon instead of a stair?
The guy who repaired the roof, I asked if it was possible to make that roof a usable space. And if there was any way of doing that, he said yes, that there was, he could
Who
do
was
that.
that?
It was Quality Roofing, it was a repair guy out. He said he could do it. Said he was able to get the last bit of material that was there and
He didn't tell you that a bridge of this kind requires a special approval?
he did not. When I called him after, when I got the notice, he said it was my responsibility on the permit side, not his. And so that was, when I got the notice,
Did
I
he
called
charge
him.
you for a building permit?
No, he did not. Not that I know. He just gave me a price for it. But I called him when I got the notice and
So was all this steel construction inspected upon completion?
the decks were. The
That's
decks,
a lot of construction.
I
to
didn't
go
do the decks.
Unpermitted without.
So,
I didn't do any of the back decks. They were already there. I just had someone scrape them and fix the boards that were broken.
And what about the bridge? This is where I'm
Just the
confused.
bridge. The garage guy, the roofer did the bridge from the existing.
But
wa-
again, that's steel
landing.
construction that has not been inspected.
So it's now been inspected, actually, and the architect has reviewed it. And the only remedial repairs that need to be done are actually in the garage, whereas part of the work for which we will secure a permit, a steel beam has to be installed in that garage to support the roof deck. But the actual bridge is up to code, so to speak, except for the required variation. One more thing I'd point out, actually in this neighborhood, and we've done a survey of the entire neighborhood, there are quite a few non-conforming accesses to roof decks, including some that are bridges. And I could find in the 2 blocks immediately, starting from Southport going 2 blocks east, I only found 1 variation for a rear yard. So as she looked at the neighborhood, this was sort of common.
I don't like this argument. I don't like the argument that, because other people doing it, it's okay if we do it. That's never gonna fly.
No, I wasn't, but that's not what I intended. What I said from her perspective, she believed when the contractor said this could be done because she had no knowledge because others had done it. We're not saying because everybody else is speeding, we get to speed.
Okay.
I didn't think of it because the neighbors and people down there had to say, I just assumed it was something that was doable.
What was the, so Quality Roofing, what's the name of you said what's the name of the gentleman?
His name was Tony.
Do you know his last name?
I would have to look it up. I want to say Tony Zuko, which I know sounds like a Grease movie, but I think it was Tony Zuko.
Any other questions from the board? How much did you pay to build the steel stairway?
Do well,
bridge?
it was all part of the roof repair and everything, I believe was $26,000.
Any other questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Two cases, 824S and 924Z, 5719 West Diversity and 5644 West.
right, I'm going to go ahead. Go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 824S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish 5 off-site required parking spaces at the subject property to serve as the required parking for the proposed daycare center at 5644 West Diversey Avenue, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant. Jumpstart Early Learning Academy and the parking space layout and locations are consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 18, 2024, prepared by Luis A. Martinez, LAM Architect. Would everyone planning to testify, including the objectors, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
And Counselor Fatikas, before you begin, have you had a chance to speak with the objectors?
We have, unfortunately, we're on opposite sides here, so we'll put our full case on and then attempt to respond to whatever issues are raised on the objection.
All right, please proceed.
Again, thank you, Chairman. For the record, my name is Nick Fatikas, and I'm one of the attorneys at the law offices of Sam Banks at 221 North LaSalle Street. I am here on behalf of the applicant, Jumpstart Early Learning Academy. The applicant is proposing to lease the subject property at 5644 West Diversey Avenue. And as you stated, establish a daycare, I'm sorry, as the DPD recommendation letter stated, establish a daycare center in that space. For the record, the property is a B3-1 zone lot, and the daycare center is an allowed use. However, we are seeking variations to reduce the off-street bicycle parking requirement at our property, and also a special use to locate off-street parking down the block, again, at 5719 West Diversey Avenue. So 2 forms of relief, all to allow a permitted or otherwise allowed use to establish at the subject site. I do have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Victor Cuevas Jr., our project architect, Luis Martinez, and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. And I can start questioning. Victor, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Victor Cuevas, 5644 West Diversey, Chicago, Illinois.
And Victor, you are the president of Jumpstart Early Learning Academy?
Yes,
And the applicant again is seeking to lease the subject property at 5644 West Diversey and establish a daycare facility in that space. Is that right?
that's correct. Yes,
Again, the property today is improved with a 1-story building,
yes,
and you would be adapting and reusing the existing structure for the daycare facility.
yes,
And I want to be clear that based on the underlying base zoning, the B3 zoning, the daycare center use is an allowed use, right?
that's correct. Yes,
So the special use being sought today is not for the daycare center, it's for the parking to support the daycare. Is that right?
that's correct. Yes,
So on that note, you did contact the property owner at 5719 West Diversey Avenue, is that right?
that's correct. Yes,
And you entered into a 5-year lease for 5 of the parking spaces on that property?
yes,
And for the record, that property is currently functioning as a dollar store, is that right?
that's correct.
It's supported by 50 off-street parking spaces?
Yes,
And based on our calculations, only 24 of those spaces are technically required for the retail sales use. Is that right?
that is correct. Yes,
So we're using 5 of the overflow or additional parking spaces and not sharing required parking with the dollar store retail outlet.
yes,
And Chairman, I would like to correct one of the points in our findings of fact. The same property had functioned as Century Tile for probably 40 years. Century Tile is no longer there and has been replaced by the dollar store. As a retail establishment, the parking requirement's the same because the building stayed the same. I just wanted to make sure that point was clear. I've always referred to it as the Century Tile property. I remember the sign from when I was a kid, so I apologize for that. And then Victor, you did review witness statements prepared by my office in support of the variation and special use application in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements contained in those, the written statements.
that's correct.
Thank you. Louis, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Luis Martinez, 2132 West Concord Place.
And again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes, I am.
and you prepared the plans for the programming for the daycare center proposed again at 5644 West Diversey. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And in terms of a hardship, because we are speaking about a hardship related to the bicycle parking requirement, the existing building is essentially built lot line to lot line. Is that right?
That is correct.
The only open space is located at the northwest corner of the lot. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons we cannot locate our bicycle parking there, which would have been a kind of a logical location, is because that same space needs to stay secure for the daycare center activities. Is that right?
Yes, that's
And-
correct.
And the same is true for the footprint of the existing structure. Is that right?
Yes,
While there may be space to put bikes, it's difficult to provide, there's a practical difficulty in providing a dedicated bicycle parking location on site without interfering with the security required for the daycare center.
yes,
And you also reviewed the plan and programming for the off-site parking lot, is that right?
that's correct.
And as part of our program for that lot, ornamental fencing and some improvements to the lot will be made, again, as part of our special use application.
That's correct.
And Louis, you also reviewed witness statements prepared by my office in support of the variation and special use of this, at these two locations?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the written statements.
that's correct.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Mr. Ryan, can you please restate your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
And you, again, have testified in that capacity as a MAI appraiser many times before this board?
Yes.
And for the record, the board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise.
Thank
Thank you.
Chairman.
And Joe, you were asked to provide to determine whether the requested special use met the general criteria for special use approval for the off-site parking proposed at 5719 West Diversey. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you also were asked to provide an opinion regarding the variations to reduce the on-site bicycle parking count from 4 to 0. And again, that's specifically at 5644 West Diversey. Is that right?
Correct.
And with respect to the special use, do you believe that it meets all of the applicable or all of the approval criteria?
Yes.
And taking you through the criteria, the first is, I want to be also clear, Chairman, as you can see from the kind of the map, and maybe there's one aerial that shows the two properties in proximity to one another. So the 5644 building, obviously that's correctly located. Where it says 5719, that's the actual footprint of the structure, the building. The parking spaces are actually located closer to the number 30 in blue, closer to that intersection. So we have approximately 200 feet of physical space between our parking spaces and the daycare center that the parking spaces would support. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And Joe, I did some testifying there. Is it your understanding that the parking spaces that would support the daycare are within 200 feet of the actual daycare facility?
Yes.
And with respect to, hold on, I just want to make sure we get the standards for special use and variation in. Do you believe, assuming the zoning board approves the special use and variation, that the special use in particular would comply with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it would.
Do you believe the proposed special use is in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community?
It will not, no.
And to further that, the daycare use is intended to serve residents and families in the subject area.
Yes, it is.
And by not seeking to waive the parking, but relocate the parking to a spot 200 feet away, there would be no appreciable adverse impact at all on the surrounding property.
No, it would relieve traffic congestion in the neighborhood.
Is it your professional opinion that the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design?
Yes, it's an existing parking lot.
So again, we're using existing parking spaces in an existing parking lot, right?
Correct.
Is the proposed special use compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, and noise and traffic generation?
Yes.
And again, the daycare center would operate during the day, again, as an allowed use. It would operate during the typical workday, and not have extended hours.
No,
Correct?
correct.
And lastly, is it your opinion that the proposed special use is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman, I believe that concludes our case. So one other point I wanted to raise, as we anticipated it'll come up on the objection side. We've worked with Alderman Cruz on locating a loading zone in front of our property to allow parents or guardians to drop off children at the front of the property, not have to necessarily cross the street. Again, we can't really pursue that loading zone until we understand whether the use is allowed, but that is another feature that we're trying to offer to mitigate any issues with traffic or congestion or pedestrian walkability in the area. So again, there'd be a loading zone in front of the property, in front of the 5644 property, specifically for the daycare, in addition to the 5 parking spaces that are required off-site 200 feet away.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board before we go to the objectors? All right, let's turn to the objectors. Which one of you would like to speak first? Okay, sir, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Harvey, 2824 North Major.
Okay, and
I'm-
tell us why you're
I'm
here.
a
and object-
resident in the neighborhood, and there's already a lot of child daycare home centers, like home daycares, and it creates a lot of traffic on my block. So putting another daycare center or learning center is going to create a lot of traffic, and no matter how many parking spots they have. I seen it before where I used to live before, it was the same thing. So that's my concern. You know, the parents are gonna start coming down my block, parking on my block in front of my fire hydrant, like they did before. So,
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Who would like to go next?
Me, my name is Carmen Alvarez.
Could you state your address, ma'am?
I work at 5659 West Diversey, Food and Liquor, and the reason I oppose is because, first of all, though they say they need that little space, you know, for the daycare, they're taking up space from our business because constantly we're always having deliveries come in, and we have all kind of people coming in from their side and parking in our parking lot and taking from our drivers. Sometimes our drivers are in the middle of the street and they're blocking way for, you know, for traffic to go straight, and they're taking up all the parking space that they can. So it would really hinder us if they were to put that there, for the reason that our store, okay, is right on the corner. And sometimes we have people coming in from other places and parking because they want to go to the daycare. And though we tell them a whole bunch of time, our parking lot, you know, is made for our business. And we have 2 businesses there. We have our liquor store, there's a restaurant there, and then we have a smoke shop right next to us. And they use the same parking space. It takes, as much as we would like to oblige them, we can at this precise moment.
Just so I understand your testimony, you're referring to the parking lot at 5649 to 5659?
Yes,
Diversey? Okay. Okay, so that's the building what, are you the owner of that building? Or you work at that building?
I work at the building.
And you're saying that
And
the
he's the owner
daycare
of
center
the-
uses the
Yes.
parking?
Yes, they tend to, the daycare tends to come into our parking lot a lot. And the dollar store, you know, from the other side. It's always full. So sometimes when we're ready to receive our merchandise and our drivers, we don't have places for them to park. So how are they gonna give them 5 spaces and we're lacking the space?
Okay, thank you very much. Who would like to go next? If you could state your name and address, please.
Sure. Sanharif Sawa, 9035 Linder Avenue, Skokie, Illinois. But I'm the owner of the 5659 West Diversity Liquor Store. So-
One second.
Okay.
Said your first name was Sunny?
Sunny Sawa. Yeah.
Could you spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Sawa, S-A-W-A.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm the owner of the liquor store. So we always have problem from the dollar store all the time. They come and park on my lot all the time. Especially in the morning, she's by herself. So she gotta go outside all the time to talk to them. Do not park here. Plus, I got cameras show their parking lots. They're all the time full, especially the Black Friday, which is dollar store. And even I have issue with the other businesses across the next building. It's a restaurant. All the time they park there, and there's like salon, there's smoke shop there, all the time. So you always have problem with the parking lot. I'm concerned about my liquor license too, because in the future I'm trying to sell. So I got like, I don't think so I can sell it because I have daycare center there. So that's how I'm worried about it too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? No? Oh, okay. Let me ask this. Do any of the objectors, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Not really, but like I'm the owner of the liquor store, he's the owner of the property, and she worked there, and then he works at the smoke shop too, across streets of the same building.
So all of the objectors
It's like-
work
it's-
in the building across the street that has the
Exactly.
parking at 5649 to 5659?
Yes. And then I'm sorry, the street one, that street all the time is full because you got Mr. Discount Furniture and you have a bar and you have the restaurant and you have the building there and you have salon, you have office. So that street all the time full, all the time. On this side too, by the other side, it's all the time full. So I have issue, I'm standing all day outside just to tell people do not park there. This is my job. Yeah.
So may I ask a question?
Please.
Just to clarify, this daycare center is not operating yet, correct?
It is absolutely not.
Right, okay, thank you. So your concerns are not specifically about this business, other than potentially,
Yeah.
but not currently?
No,
They're not currently using your parking spot?
I mean, what do you mean? I'm sorry.
So I think what he's trying to say is, so the daycare center is not operating right now. So the people that are taking up your parking spots, they're not from this daycare center.
No,
That-
but imagine when they're gonna come, what is gonna happen?
I see what you're
Understand.
saying.
Yeah,
I
okay,
just wanted to
okay.
Yeah.
make sure I understood.
I understand it. I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
it's clear that the daycare center is
Understand.
not operating yet.
Yeah, I
Um,
understand.
and I understand what your argument is.
Thank you. Donation? Oh, okay.
Sir, here, if you want to speak, you certainly can, but if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Zuhair Mirza, 5659 West Diversey.
1 second, let me just, could you spell your name for the record
Zuher,
and your last name?
Mirza, M-E-R-Z-A.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yeah, basically that location, that was open for donation for people, do donation, I mean, food and this and that, and always, I mean, it's a church, and always it was parking my space, and always we keep talking to them, we need the parking lot for us, because it's all black, I know this corner, all these people parking, because it's busy area, that location. From Diversity to, is very packed. It's very packed, and always we have to go outside. Please, guys, you cannot park here. So sometimes they argue with us. Sometimes, we get called the police for that. And, it's this issue. That's from beginning. And plus, the daycare, when they come, they're gonna affect a lot of businesses there. They have a bars, they have a smoke shop, they have nightclub, they have, the liquor store, they have, and the dollar store I have approved in my cameras is always packed. I don't know how they give them 5 spaces for rent. I don't know, because you don't have for your customer coming to my lot, and I told 3 cars from there the last time, because I keep telling them, I'll tow your customer cars, And he said, oh, go ahead, tow it. Then customer come in, why you tow it? Why don't mention to us? I keep telling you guys, don't park here. I give you 1 times, 2 times, but you keep coming. Serious, I don't know how. They wanna give him 5 spaces rent and doesn't have a space for himself. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board before we turn back to the applicant? All right, let's go back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to make 3 points on the rebuttal. The first is, a comment was made that there's already too many daycare centers. We're not here seeking an approval for the establishment of the daycare. Again, the B3 zoning allows it. We're here trying to address the parking requirement and the off-street bicycle parking requirement, the variation to the bicycle, special use for off-street parking. Second point is, I think, again, there were many comments made about current conditions and frustrations with people using the property. I want to be expressly clear that the daycare center is currently not operating. We're attempting to locate 5 parking spaces off-site. We've worked with the Alderman's office and presuming we're able to secure the approvals we need, we will add loading at the front of the property for our pickup and drop-off activities. I'd also point out that short of frankly being denied, we would be able to put signage on our property, advise our customers and our clients that parking across the street at the 5659 property is exclusively prohibited. And if that's a condition of your approval, it's a condition we can live with and accept because it's not something that we ever contemplated using somebody else's off-street parking in any way, shape, or form. And the last comment regarding the liquor store and the liquor license, previously there were limitations on the transfer of licenses when certain uses were nearby. I can also state with, again, express authority that we would not object to the sale of any license regarding liquor licenses as a neighboring use that could potentially impact that sale. If that needs to be a condition of the approval, we're 100% in on that. Short of there being a moratorium, which we can't control, we would agree to allow or cooperate with the transfer of any liquor licenses that our use potentially affects. Lastly, Chairman, and you might get upset with me on this one, I'm sorry. I did not ask the standard questions from Luis Martinez. Would you mind if I got his just on the variation, if I could just get his, he did incorporate it into the record, so I'll follow your lead if you want to hear him say it as well.
No, I think we have it. So I think we're good there.
Okay.
Are there any questions from the board before we take this matter under advisement?
I have one question. Is there parking meters on Diversity, the paid parking? No? Not on Diversity?
Not on our block. I can't speak for the blocks after us. But I know that on our blocks, there is no parking meter.
There's no parking meters?
Not on our block, no.
Any other questions? Okay, I want to thank everybody for your input. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Okay, 1124 38 South King Drive.
It's true. But
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. First of all, I wanted to wish you happy, healthy, and safe New Year. May all the next ZBA hearings be swift and pleasurable. And with that said, hopefully this one is a very simple one. We have an existing old building which has been built 100 years ago. Bonita here is trying to do a good thing, preserve and rehab this beautiful Greystone building. And during the permitting stage, we learned from DPD that actually the midpoint section was built 50 years ago. So certainly not created by her. She probably wasn't even alive back then. But it was somehow built without proper permits. So we're trying to include that midsection addition in our permit for the rehab. And hence we need that variation to reduce the required rear yard open space from 196 to 0. And with that, Bonita, would you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Bonita Harrison, 3638 South Martin Luther King Drive.
And you purchased this property about 2 years ago from the Cook County Land Bank because the prior owner actually forfeited the property to the county, correct?
Correct.
And part of that transfer of ownership, you actually had to bring the building up to the current codes, correct?
Correct.
So you absolutely need that permit to be able to even actually provide all the obligations, fulfill all the obligations under the current deed.
Correct.
And we submitted an affidavit for you where you stated all the criteria for the variation. And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements contained in the affidavit?
Yes.
Tom, you are the project architect. State your name and address for the record.
Thomas Cyrus, Motive Design PLLC, 520 Alexandra Drive.
And did I correctly describe what happened during the permitting stage where DPD advised you that we need to include that addition in our permit?
Correct.
And will this variation excusing the rear yard open space make any adverse conditions to the adjacent properties in terms of light and vent?
No,
They will not.
it will not because there are similar properties within.
Right. And again, we prepared affidavit for you where you actually stated all the criteria for the variation. So if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with your statements contained in that affidavit?
There is correct.
So that is all that I have of both witnesses. Hopefully you have support letters from both adjacent neighbors and the alderman. We try to do community outreach, especially for Commissioner on my left right here.
Yes, I do have those letters.
Sounds good.
Are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, Commissioners.
Next case is 1224 S and 3224 D, 6868 West Augusta Boulevard.
I'm going to go ahead and read the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development for calendar number 1224S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a community center, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Connections to the Future, Inc., NFP, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 18, 2024, prepared by Barron Design Group. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. For the record, the board recognizes Mr. Kerwin's expertise, and Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dean T. Marigus, and I'm of the law firm Marigus and Marigus in Chicago, Illinois. On behalf of the applicant, Connections to the Future, which is a nonprofit corporation and corporation. With me here is Verestein Wardlaw, the sole member and president of the applicant. Bud Kerwin, our appraiser, and he has been stated as an expert, and we appreciate that. And Mr. Harold Barone, the architect. We are talking about case number 1224 S as in Sam and 1324 Z as in Zebra. We have filed an application for a special use to establish a community center in an existing one-story building. We have also filed an application for a variation to reduce the off-street parking space requirement for a transit-served location from 4 to 0 for the establishment of a new community center, which is located within 1,320 feet. We have support from the community. I have here, and I tender to the board if they do not have it, the support letter from Alderman Taliaferro, whose ward this is in, his support for granting of a special use, support for zoning variation, and support for a loading zone. Mr. Chairman, I tender these if you do not have them. Otherwise, I will. Thank you.
We do have these in the record, and thank
Okay.
you.
Not a problem. Let me state that there are no objectors to either application. I would now like to call our first witness, Mr. Bud Kerwin. Bud?
Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. Offices are located at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
And you are the appraiser for this project?
Yes, I am.
And you submitted your report?
Yes, I have.
I prepared and you executed an affidavit in this case, did you not?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to testify now, would your testimony be identical to the statements in the affidavit?
Yes, they would be.
The next witness I'd like to call is Mr. Harold Barone. Harold, can you state your name? and
Harold
address?
Veron, Veron Design Group. My address is 150 West Washington Street, West Chicago, Illinois, 60185.
And you were
I
the
am
ar-
the architect.
And you are the architect
Yes,
for this?
for this project.
And you submitted drawings to the city per their request, correct?
Yes,
I prepared and you executed an affidavit in this case. If you were to testify now, would your testimony be identical to the statements in the affidavit?
yes.
The next person I'd like to introduce is Veristine Wardlaw. She is the president and sole member of the applicant. Veristine, you are the owner of the applicant, are you not?
Yes, I am.
And I prepared and you executed an affidavit in this case. If you were to testify now, would your testimony be identical to the statements in the affidavit?
Yes, it would be.
Mr. Chairman, we open ourselves for questions by the board.
Sure. One question I have, are the people behind you and the people to my right here, are these supporters for your?
They did, yes.
Yes, they are.
They came today, otherwise I would have had them sign in, but their names are Jacqueline Reed, Kimberly Bright, Jacqueline Dwyer, and Princess Shaw.
And
Jacqueline Gibson also.
And a Jacqueline Gibson also, I apologize.
would one of you like to speak to express your support for the matter? Yes, ma'am, if you could state your name and address?
Let me make sure that's on.
Jacqueline Reed, 5834 West Augusta Boulevard. And I am the pastor of Every Block of Village Church, which is a neighbor of the proposed out of school program that Sister Vera is talking about. I would just like to say that she has been very active in the community, and she's so involved with children that she has been using our facility when the COVID-19 pandemic was going on. She actually held school without getting any money from anybody, using her own money even to buy the lunch for the children. We had about 14 to 15 children. So we are here to support this wonderful lady who is a retired principal. We have seen her love for the community and her love for children. She's very dedicated, and we will do whatever we can to support her. I just want to acknowledge her commitment to the children of Chicago. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for coming out. Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, quick question. Could you tell me how long this building has been not in use?
About 4 years. There was a fire and it was abandoned. It was a grocery store and a fire took place and it was abandoned, and we were able to purchase it because of that.
Great, thank you. And could just briefly, could the architect describe the changes you plan to make to the facade?
Yeah, basically we are gonna open the whole facade to bring daylight to the classrooms. I think we have some small renderings that you can see it. Yes, we are keeping it pretty simple, but I enhance completely the look of the building, and it's gonna be, it's gonna be a good asset because all the surround buildings are residential. And I think it's great because it will be within walking distance and the groups are not gonna be that big. Then it's a perfect location. Also, you got a nice area for community gatherings. And I think I really like, we have been working for this for 2 years and I'm really happy to be working with Bernstein and because it's nice for the community. It's something that definitely we always have to support.
Great, congratulations, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 1424Z, 4730 to 44 North Kennedy.
All right, would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Moore, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. My name for the record is Thomas S. Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
Sorry. My name is Max Shamara, last name Chmara.
And Mr. Chamorro, you are on the board of directors of a 24-unit condo association.
Correct.
Is that right? And it's a 1950s building, kind of a classic, like the old motels used to be with the walkways on the second and third floor accessing the apartments. Is that right?
Correct.
And they are literally chunks of cement are falling down and they're structurally dangerous. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
So, but the building, which has been there since the 50s, is partially in the rear yard. Is that right?
Correct.
So we're here asking, you've hired a structural engineer and submitted plans, and you're going to make the building both safe and compliant if you get the approval. And we're here because to do that and because part of the existing building is in the rear yard. Is that right?
Correct.
And you and I worked out a witness statement, and if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes, I would.
You tell the board who you are, sir.
I'm Kenneth Veach, V as in Victor, EACH.
You are a licensed structural engineer, licensed by the state of Illinois, and you've appeared as an expert before this board before. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at the condo association's request, you have submitted plans that if the board grants the variances, will bring the building not only to compliance, but also will make it safe again. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you and I worked out a witness statement whereby you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant the variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. So recommendation for calendar number 1524S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to convert an existing two-story office building to a 22-unit residential building with a new third-floor residential and fourth-floor common space with rooftop deck additions with no vehicular parking spaces and 22 bicycle parking spaces, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 11, 2024, prepared by Andrew Wang. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form. Oh, actually, hold on. We have an objector here, correct? Have you had an opportunity to speak with the objector?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and unable to resolve it?
No.
Okay. All right, first, would everyone plan to testify, including the objector, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. For the record, the board has already recognized Mr. Kerwin's expertise. Sir, just so that we can streamline the the objection that I think is at issue, is your objection related to parking?
Yes, it is.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, so we can do the short form with everything except the parking, if you could, you know.
Sure. Again, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Fred Augustin, I'm with the law office of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 37 Ashland LLC. The applicant is the contract purchaser of the property at 1550 West Monroe Street. Property is currently improved with a two-story office building. The plan is to keep the existing building and rehab it. We're also seeking to construct a third-floor addition onto the building, as well as a rooftop deck, as well as some common space for tenants. When complete, the building will be a residential building containing 22 dwelling units and no parking. In order to construct this building, the applicant is seeking a special use and variations. The special use is to permit residential uses below the second floor in a B33 district. The variations are to reduce the rear setback from the required 30 feet to 0, waive the off-street parking requirement of 22 spaces. Since we are in a transit-served location, we have the right to ability to waive the parking requirement. So with that, this morning, on behalf of the applicant, Zev Solomon, project architect, Radu Alexa, and our appraiser, Sylvester Kerwin. Call my first witness. Mr. Solomon, please state your name and address for the record.
Zeb Solomon, 1327 West Newport, Chicago, Illinois.
And you are the authorized representative for the applicant 37 Ashland LLC, is that correct?
Yes.
The applicant is the contract purchaser of the property at 1550 West Monroe,
Yes.
and it's currently improved with a two-story office building, is that correct?
Yes.
And your plan, as I alluded to, is to rehab the building, build a third-floor addition, as well as build a rooftop deck, as well as common space. And when complete, we will have a 22 dwelling unit building, is that right?
Yes.
To do this project, we are seeking variations on special use. Is that right?
Yes.
And for the variations, we are seeking to reduce the rear setback from 30 feet to 0, as well as waive the off-street parking requirement. Is that right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that currently the existing building is around 118 years of age? Is that right?
Yes.
And it is built lot line to lot line. Is that correct?
Yes.
So currently, the way it's oriented on the property, we are currently not providing the 30-foot setback requirement. Is that right?
Correct.
And our addition will be in line with the existing walls of that existing building. Is that right?
Yes.
So we are also maintaining that 0 setback.
Yes.
We're also seeking to waive the on-site parking requirement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Again, condition of the property, it's built lot line to lot line. There's no room for parking on site. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it true that the first floor is somewhat elevated from grade? Is that correct?
Yes.
And even if we were to try to put parking at grade inside the building, it would be impossible because of that condition with the first floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
We're also seeking a special use. Since we are in a B3 district, residential uses are only permitted below the second floor via special use approval. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in your observation of the neighborhood, a majority of the buildings have residential uses below the second floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
You executed an affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
And I submitted that on your behalf to the board. And if you continued, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Call my next witness, Radu Alexa. Mr. Alexa, please state your name and address for the record.
Radu Alexa, 4747 West Peterson, Chicago, Illinois.
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as I alluded to earlier, we have a unique property because the building is built lot line to lot line. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it currently doesn't provide the 30-foot rear setback. Is that correct?
No, it does not.
As well as, since it is built lot line to lot line, there is no room to put on-site parking.
That's correct.
And as I alluded to, when I was asking Mr. Solomon, the first floor is elevated from grade. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with that condition, it will be very challenging to provide parking at the first floor within the building. Is that
Yes.
correct? So with this condition, the reason why we're here is we're seeking variations to reduce the rear setback as well as waive the on-site parking requirement. Is that correct?
Yes.
You executed an affidavit, which I submitted to the board on your behalf. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we continued your testimony, that your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could call my final witness, Mr. Kerwin.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kerwin, please state your name and address for the record.
Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin and Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. I have offices at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
You've inspected the property as well as the surrounding area. Is that correct?
Yes, I have several times.
And in your opinion, the residential use below the second floor fits the criteria of a special use as stated in the Chicago zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. I noticed to the north, there's a relatively newer building that has residential units along the ground floor at Ashland. It's called Ashland Place. And then to the east along Monroe Street, there's older vintage single family, 2 flats and so forth that have been there 100+ years. They all have residential uses below the ground floor, as well as many other in the area.
So, and just to summarize then, the character does exist within the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
You prepared a written report. Is that correct?
Yes,
As well as an affidavit. Is that right?
yes, I have.
If we continued your testimony, they would be consistent with your report and your affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for our witnesses. I know Steve Valenziano is here on behalf of the Alderman's office, but we're here to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Valenziano, did you want to speak now or did you want to speak at the end? Okay. Let's turn to the objector. Sir, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Kelvin Nevels, 1632 West Adams Street.
Okay, could you tell us why you're here in objection?
I'm here because I've been in this neighborhood since 1995. Since that time, we have noticed a great little growth in the area, which is wonderful. And I have no objection to this particular development. Our concern is parking. And when I say our, it's not just mine, it's when I speak to my neighbors. I'm the only one who could attend today. Since that time, we had the Mexican consulate put in about 2010. That became an immediate challenge on parking. We petitioned and received 9 parking spots from Alderman Moretti in 2011. Since that time, there have been close to 800 residential units added to that neighborhood. When you look at OA Lux, Paramount Loss, Ashland Place, we have Maeve on Ashland that's opening later on this year. Monroe Lapland, probably can come up with a few more, and the Duncan, which is major. And each of these locations did bring parking with them when they opened. I'm not sure about the Duncan, which is 260 units, the old YMCA. However, when you consider any residential building coming into an area where people are going to live full time, I've heard discussions that, well, people don't drive as much anymore, people Uber. You're in an area that's served by a lot of transit in terms of buses. The green line's a few blocks north, the blue line's a few blocks south. However, you always have people who bring their cars. We have people who move next door to me at OA Lux that immediately petition for parking in our little zone, which is only 9 spots, which is now, we have 30 cars chasing 9 spots now because of these movements into this area. And for the people on Monroe currently, they petitioned for a parking zone that they got in 2018. They were complaining because the people in the Duncan were taking their spots as well. So when you bring in a new group of residential units without parking, it becomes more challenging for all of us. I have had to park as far away as Loomis and Monroe with groceries. That's for people not familiar with the area, that's not quite a half a mile, but about half a mile to carry groceries on more than one occasion. Because even though we have residential parking, we don't have enough enforcement in Chicago. We can't hire enough people to enforce the parking in Chicago. So if we're going to add additional units, at least bring something to the party so that we're not all chasing fewer and fewer and fewer spots. And that's our concern.
Thank you very much. Did you have any questions for the applicant?
They were nice enough to sit down and talk with me when I first came in. So no, I have no additional questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the board at this time before we turn to Mr. Valenziano? All right, let's turn to Mr. Valenziano.
Yeah, hi, Steve Valenziano. I'm with Alderman Conway's office of the 34th Ward. And we asked the applicant to go out and talk with the community groups, and they got the support of those community groups. The alderman strongly supports the reuse of this old building, and there are other residential properties immediately in the area along Ashland there. And back in the summer of 2022, the city council expanded the city's transit served location connected communities ordinance to include more properties, although this property would have been included in the original ordinance. But so it is the city's, I guess, goal or policy to try and reduce the amount of required parking overall and to provide, to have public access or public use of our transportation system. So the alderman does support this project and would like to see it move forward. And as far as the 1600 block of West Adams, we have heard several complaints about the parking situation on that street, and the alderman has committed to, we're going out actually next week to look at the signage on that street, and there is permit parking on that street to see what exactly is going on there. It is also in the stadium area where there's restrictions for event days at the stadiums, so you don't have people competing there also. So we understand that parking is always an issue, and we're trying to care for that.
Thank you very much. Go to the applicant for rebuttal and closing. Any final thoughts?
You know, just to be clear, again, just hit home the variations. We do have a hardship here. We are dealing with an existing building that's 100 years old. It is built lot line to lot line. There's no room to provide parking. And again, we have a first floor that's elevated more than 50, somewhat above grade. That makes it extremely difficult to provide any parking inside. The architect didn't allude to this, but off the alley, that's where the electronic trash enclosures, bike parking is going to be located. So it'd be very extremely hard to provide parking.
Any questions from the board before we take this matter under advisement? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. I want to thank everyone for your time.
Thank you.
Next case, 1824 Z 2052 North Orleans Street.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, including, I see we've got an objector here, would you all raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. First question for the counselor, have you had an opportunity to speak with the objector?
We have not, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like that opportunity before, we could pass the case, you could speak with the objector, and then you can come back?
It's my understanding that the objector did not want to speak directly with me.
All I said was talking less than 5 minutes before we were here is
Understood.
not going to give me enough time for you to convince me.
Okay.
Okay, all right, with that, I think we'll proceed. Go ahead and put your case on.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Patrick Turner with offices at 180 West Park Avenue in Elmhurst, Illinois. I represent the applicant, Don Green, who is seated 2 seats away from me to my right. Mr. Green is the owner of the subject property located at 2052 North Orleans in Chicago. The property is located in a landmark district as well as an RM-5 residential multi-unit zoning district. The applicant seeks a variation to reduce the minimum required rear setback from 16.8 feet to 0.94 feet in order to allow the enclosure of an existing 4-story rear staircase on an existing 4-story multifamily residence. The applicant seeks to enclose the existing rear metal stairs to provide protection from the elements and prevent slip and falls of the residents and guests. Plans have been approved by Landmarks and the Mid-North Association, and Alderman Timmy Knutson has also issued a letter of no objection. I believe that has been delivered.
We do have that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then as far as witnesses, I have the applicant, Don Green, and the architect, Adam Lyons. And at this point, I'd like to ask a couple questions to my first witness, which is Adam Lyons. Adam, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois and principal of Lyons Design Group LLC, correct?
Yes.
And you are the
Yes.
And you are the architect on this project for the property located at 2052 North Orleans?
Yes.
And the property is improved with a 4-unit, 150-year-old landmarks building located in the Mid-North Landmarks District, is that correct?
Yes.
The rear frame staircase of the property was in a state of disrepair and was recently replaced with a steel staircase within the same footprint, is that correct?
Yes.
The applicant now wishes to partially enclose the staircase with glass panels with design and materials that were already approved by the Landmarks District. Is that correct?
Yes.
The current staircase is exposed to the elements, causing slippery conditions with wind, rain, ice, and snow accumulation, which is a safety hazard for residents and guests. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the building is considered a reversed corner lot, and what is normally an interior side yard, in this case, is the rear yard, which is where the staircase is located. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The zoning department is taking the position that the glass panels are not part of the stairway and are not a permitted encroachment into the required rear setback. Is that correct?
Yes.
The applicant is seeking to, again, reduce the minimum required rear setback from 16.8 to 0.094 in order to allow the glass panels and porch enclosure. Is that correct?
Yes.
The enclosure was designed to maintain the character of the building and the neighborhood by using glass panels, correct?
Yes.
And strict compliance with the code in this case would prevent the partial porch enclosure, as well as the improved safety for residents and guests using the stairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these practical difficulties and hardships are due to unique circumstances, which are the original design and positioning of the building on the lot, as well as its reversed corner lot status. Is that correct?
Yes.
These unique conditions are not generally applicable to other similarly situated properties and are specifically not applicable to the vast majority of buildings in the city. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, I would.
The purpose of the requested variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to make more money out of the subject property, but is rather a safety measure, correct?
Yes.
The practical difficulty and hardship was not created by any person presently having an interest in the property, as the building was designed and constructed this way nearly 150 years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And in your professional opinion, strict compliance with the regulations and standards of this zoning ordinance would create practical difficulties and hardships for the subject property. Is that your position?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, these difficulties and hardships are due to unique circumstances and are not generally applicable to other similarly situated properties?
Yes.
In your professional opinion, the purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon the desire to make more money out of the project?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, the difficulties and hardships were not created by any person having an interest in the property?
Correct.
If the variation was granted, it would not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other property or improvements in the neighborhood. Rather, it would be a benefit to the residents and their guests by improving safety in the stairs, correct?
Yes.
In your professional opinion, the variation will not impair an adequate supply of light or air to adjacent property or substantially increase congestion in the public streets. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And in your professional opinion, the proposed variations will not increase the danger of fire or endanger the public safety in the neighborhood?
Yes.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted to this board summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
If you were to continue to testify before this board, you would testify consistent with the other facts, opinions, and conclusions contained in your affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
No further questions for Mr. Lyons. Any questions by the board?
Any questions from the board at this time? No. Continue.
I would now like to ask some questions for the applicant, Mr. Don Green. Don, can you state your name for the record?
Don Green,
And your residence, Don?
2052 North Orleans.
You own the subject property, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And you are seeking the variation that we previously described, correct?
Yes,
And do you agree with all the opinions and conclusions of Mr. Lyons?
yes,
And you wish to maintain the character of the building and the neighborhood by using these glass panels to enclose the porch?
yes. We're very careful to make sure that what we're doing is totally seamless with the architecture of the building, which is a Second Empire French Victorian. There's very few in the state of Illinois.
And strict compliance with the code in this case would prevent the partial porch enclosure as well as the improved safety of the residents and guests using the staircase. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these, again, I'll kind of skip over some of the particulars, but Don, I really have no further questions for Mr. Green at this time. Any questions by the board?
No, not at this time. Let's turn to the, I assume that's your case in chief?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's turn to the objector. Could you state your name for an address for the record, please?
Kristen Mackey, 343 West Dickens is my address. I'm the owner and president of our condo association. Our objections are, if we'd possibly seen drawings before I got this notice on January 3rd to discuss with the owners, it might be a different thing, but our concerns are we use those porches extensively whenever the weather's nice, even when it's bad, and we're concerned with enclosing the porches of the Orleans residents. It will not only cut off our view to Orleans, but the light that we so much want. Yes, in the 2 minutes I've listened to this, where you've said about the light and these glass panels, and it may very well be that it won't obstruct our view and light, but it looked like a lot of brick to me along with those glass panels. And as I said to the gentleman that talked to me before we were brought down, if the whole building, the association, the owners had been able to possibly discuss this prior to this meeting, it might be a different thing, but I'm only a representative for them. I can't at this point just say, okay, I now agree.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. Did you have any questions for the applicant?
Mostly, I need to really see, well, not just me, the other owners, a design and guarantees that it's not going to impact our view. And when they say that it won't, the light, we will get light will, again, I don't, I need a little time.
Okay, let's turn, well, let me make sure. Anything else?
That was all I was.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's turn back to the applicant. Could you address, the concern here is that the glass encasing is going to basically take away the view and the light from, this is the neighboring building?
That is to their west side.
Okay, this is the neighbor to the west, and the concern is that the glass encasing is going to take away their light. Can you respond to that?
Absolutely.
I can respond to that. We were very careful in our planning to address exactly that issue. That's why we went with the glass. The other thing too is that this staircase is on the identical footprint as the original wooden staircase that was built in 1872 when the building was built. That staircase, you can see in the photograph, is about 4 to 5 feet less than my neighbor's decks. We did a solstice study back in 2009 about light. The solstice study at that time indicated that the arc of the sunshine had no effect on my building, okay? That the arc of the solstice study indicated that it came almost directly over my neighbor's property, which would be 353 West Dickens. So the sunlight back then was not an issue, and I don't think it would be an issue now, simply because I don't think the sun trajectory wouldn't change that much over a period of probably about 10 years.
And Don, why did you previously have a solstice study?
Because we built a pit house on the top of that building, okay, which required, since it became a 4-story property at that time, that we had to demolish the original wood staircase, okay, which had windows in it. Once we did that, we built the steel staircase on the identical footprint, okay? And like I say, my neighbor's decks extend 4 to 5 feet south of that stairwell at 2052 North Orleans.
Excuse me, could you just clarify? So are you saying that the staircase next door projects into the alley 4 to 5 feet farther than yours?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you saying you said it's 4 to 5 feet less? Do you mean your staircase is 4 to 5 feet? It projects 4 to 5 feet less?
Yes.
Than the one next door?
Yes.
Into the alley?
Yes.
Okay, towards the alley. Thank you.
And then, of course, these are glass panels. So I think that was one of the main.
And does that seem accurate to you, that 4 to 5 foot assessment? It's hard to tell from the aerial.
You can see the photograph here. You can see the stair, and then you can see the deck that extends past mine on the middle photograph.
Our porch only extends a couple feet. Yes, when you include the stairs, it does. And the size of our porches and stairs is what the city demanded when we were cited and had to tear down our old stairway and build new ones.
Okay, anything further?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it to Mr. Lyons.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna, someone reiterate what Don said, and with respect to your concerns, again, this was a point of concern from the get-go as to what the net effect of this enclosure would be, and again, in addition to providing for protecting the safety of people using the stair, what effect it may or may not have on adjoining neighbors. Natural light, views to open air nearby. You mentioned, impairing your view eastwards to Orleans from the buildings. The building itself is obviously a brick structure, as we can see. The fourth floor penthouse, brick and siding. Obviously, you can't see through a brick wall, but it's been there, and you can't see through a full sided wall. You can partially see through the metal stairway that was approved at its current location, and that's good. The intent here then, how would we provide for the protection and safety of people using the stair to prevent falls and trips and endangerment, while not shutting off or creating a barrier, a block, a visual block, or a sun block, thereby where we came up with the notion of a glass and metal enclosure, so that the transparency is maintained, sight lines, views eastwards are maintained. But again, you'll be able to see through to the stair and then beyond by the nature of glass as a transparent liquid material. So this was the intent. We were meeting the intent. We were meeting the intent of the code. We actually wouldn't be having this discussion had this building been at a different location in the neighborhood. Reverse corner lots are unique because of the way the code regulates interior side yards and corner yards. So that is a separate note. The stairway was constructed at its existing location, approved. The glass and metal enclosure, which proposing now, does not further build out, doesn't change the footprint of the stair, doesn't modify any of its proportions or dimensions. So again, to the best of our abilities in protecting the public and private health, safety, and welfare, and promoting and enhancing views, the glass and metal enclosure is the best solution to these needs.
All right, anything further?
And this, the plans and the material were all approved by Landmarks, correct?
Yes, yes. We've been working on this for well over a year. I think it was back in early 2023 when we finally did present before Landmarks, and they were in favor of allowing the glass and metal enclosure as proposed.
Okay.
Sorry?
Buildings.
Department of Buildings, yes. This project was submitted to the DOB for permit, and we've gone through a partial process of plan review. Some of the zoning items were addressed. Various items relative to vertical heights and what have you were addressed in the design, not affecting the exteriors, but this has been before the City Department of Buildings already.
Okay, any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thank you.
Cases, 1924Z, 2024Z, 1880 North Milwaukee.
Okay, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick. I'm an attorney with Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here joined by Jay Keller to my right, who's a project architect, and Michael Cordero, the manager of the applicant. The application here seeks a variation to reduce the rear setback by 10 feet and also a variation to reduce the loading space requirement by 1. The hardship's fairly clear here. It's a 100-foot deep lot. So it's substandard, and if it was 125 feet, we would be able to comply with those 2 requirements. So with that being said, I will call the witnesses and swear them to the affidavits.
Thank you.
Mr. Cordero, can you state your name for the record?
Michael Cordero?
And you're manager of the applicant, correct?
Yes, I am.
And the applicant owns the property 1880 North Milwaukee, correct?
Yes, we do.
And you signed an affidavit here, or that was submitted with the findings of fact?
Yes.
And the statements and testimony you provided in that affidavit was true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony that you provided in that affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Unless there's questions for Mr. Cordero, I'll move on to Mr. Keller.
Go on.
Mr. Keller, could you state your name for the record?
Jay Keller.
And you're a licensed architect?
I am.
And you're the project architect for this project?
Yes.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
Yes, I did.
And the testimony that you provided in that affidavit was true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony that you provided in that affidavit?
Yes.
Unless there's any questions from the board, that completes our presentation.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But again, we're calling calendar numbers 2124Z and 2224Z. Is there anyone here in objection to this matter?
Mr. Chairman, we did speak with the objector who had signed in before the meeting started, and I saw him leave a few pages ago, and I haven't seen him come back, but we did talk with him before the meeting.
Okay, okay. All right, well, there's no objector here. So with that, you can proceed with the short form.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Katie Jenke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, located at 444 West Lake Street. We represent the applicant in this matter, St. James Evangelical Lutheran Church.
Well, let me swear your witnesses in real quick. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I'm joined today by Tyler Lowell, a representative of the property owner and applicant, and Kelly Moynihan of HPZS, the project architect. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the existing 4-story school building located at 2101 North Fremont Street with a new 2-story rear addition and a new 4th floor upper story front addition with a new mezzanine level. This will allow them to provide safety enhancements, additional classroom space, as well as updates to accessibility in the bathrooms in the existing school. Along with those improvements, though, the applicant requires 2 variations, one to the existing floor area, which is currently existing non-conforming given the age of the building, but it would be increased by approximately 22.8%. And a variation to reduce the minimum required front setback for the upper story additions that I previously mentioned. The proposed development was thoroughly vetted by the aldermen and community through a robust community review process. We initially held stakeholder meetings facilitated by the Sheffield Neighbors Association, held a neighbor meeting on site at the school, and have received letters of support, which you should have in the files, both from SNA and Alderman Knudsen.
We do have those in the file. Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll now turn to my first witness. Tyler, can you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, Tyler Lowell, president of St. James Lutheran Church and School. I live just down the street, 2129 North Fremont.
Thank you. Mr. Lowell, I, DLA Piper, as your counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact in an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Correct.
If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and affidavit?
It would.
Okay, thank you. I'll now turn to my next witness. Ms. Moynihan, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yeah, Kelly Moynihan, Principal Architect at HPCS Architects, 314 West Institute Place.
And you're the project architect for the proposed development, correct?
Yes.
And you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes.
And DLA Piper, as applicant's counsel, submitted to the board the proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Moynihan. Based on the foregoing, it's respectfully submitted that the variations are consistent with the applicable standards, will have no adverse effect, and have no public purpose, or no public purpose of any kind would be served by their denial. We open ourselves for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Good morning. Would everyone planning to testify? Wait, one second. Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. I do have a question out of the gate here. Is this property still a transitional shelter?
No, it is not.
Oh, it's not. Okay, great. All right, proceed.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Harrell of Logic Legal, representing the owner applicant. I'm at 11416 South Prairie in Chicago. Okay, we're here for the application number 23-24Z. We're seeking a variation to reduce the.
If you could just project a little more. Yeah, it's
Sorry.
hard to
Okay.
hear.
Do I need to restart or can you hear me?
We're okay. The court reporter got it. We're just having a hard time hearing a little bit.
Okay, we're seeking an a variance to reduce the minimum required north side setback from 2 feet, the south side setback to be 2 feet 6 inches, for a total combined side setback from 5 feet to 2 feet 6 inches, in order to allow a 2-story rear addition and a rear 2-story open porch as built for an existing 2-story 2-dwelling unit building. The building is over 100 years old. The applicant is currently trying to rebuild the porch pursuant to a violation filed by the city of Chicago, and in order to do so needs this variance. Directly to my right is the applicant, Mr. McGee. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Henry McGee, 6634 South Drexel.
Okay, and you are the owner of the subject property?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you filed this application, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you are currently in court pursuant to a lawsuit filed by the city of Chicago regarding the condition of the porch.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you have retained the services of an architect?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and the architect has been unable to proceed with the permit processing due to due to the need of a zoning variance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you filed an affidavit with this application. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And if I asked you questions regarding that affidavit, your testimony would remain the same?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McGee, I would like to now move on to the architect. Mr. Hudson, can you state your name and address for the record?
Brian Hudson, 1222 West Taylor, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, and you are an Illinois licensed architect,
I am.
and you are the architect for the subject project,
I am.
and you have filed for a permit with the city of Chicago?
I have.
Okay, and the permit is on hold due to the need of a zoning variance.
It is.
Okay, we have no further questions. We will answer whatever questions the board may have.
Thank you very much. For the applicant, so did this property used to be a transitional shelter?
Yes, it was.
When did it cease being a transitional shelter?
About 4 or 5 years ago, sir.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Well, let me ask you this. You're not planning to restart the transitional shelter, are you?
No, I'm not, sir.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? We'll take this matter
Okay.
under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 2424S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for 3 new duplex down dwelling units and ancillary residential spaces at the ground floor, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 18, 2024, prepared by EP Architecture, and at time of permitting, final plans and elevations specify masonry infill at the should be brick.
Yes.
Could someone from DPD explain
The lower level.
for the lower? Okay, so at the time of permitting, final plans and elevations specify masonry infill at the lower level should be brick to match existing. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
All right, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Fred Augustin with the law office of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, EP 4700 North Racine LLC. Applicant owns a property at 4700 North Racine, which is at the northwest corner of Racine and Leland. Property is currently improved with a 4-story mixed-use building containing commercial space at grade, 48 dwelling units above. The reason why we're here this morning, as you alluded to, is we are taking 3 units that are on the second floor and duplex them down into the first floor. Property is zone B3 district. Residential use below the second floor is only permitted via special use. So here with me this morning, and on behalf of the applicant, James Sayeg.
Counselor, I forgot to swear your witnesses in. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. And for the record, the board recognizes Mr. O'Brien's expertise.
Thank you. Again, James Sayeg, on behalf of the applicant, our project architect, Warren Gary, and our appraiser, Terrence O'Brien. First witness, Mr. Sayeg, state your name and address for the record.
James Sayeg, 175 Ravine Drive, Highland Park, Illinois.
And you are the general manager of the applicant, EP 4700 North Racine LLC. And the applicant does own the property, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Your plan is to essentially take 3 units that are on the second floor and duplex them down into the first floor, which is essentially a vacant commercial space. Is that
Yes.
correct? And the way that space is laid out, much of it is 50% below grade, which is very difficult to find any viable commercial user. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in order to solve this vacancy problem that you have, you are proposing to duplex down and have residential use below the second floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
You executed an affidavit which I submitted to the board on your behalf. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Next witness, Mr. Gary. Please state your name and address for the record.
Warren Gary, 7183 North Mankato, Chicago, Illinois.
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that correct?
That's correct.
You executed an affidavit which I submitted to the board on your behalf, is that right?
Yes.
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And my final witness, Mr. O'Brien, state your name and address for the record.
Terrence O'Brien, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in Northbrook, Illinois,
And you are a general certified real estate appraiser in the state of Illinois, is that correct?
as well as the special designation MAI, correct?
And you inspected the subject property as well as the surrounding area, is that correct?
Did so on 2 occasions in July of 23 and again January 10th of this year.
And your plan, and just to reiterate, the applicant's plan is to essentially duplex,
I'm sorry.
let's take 3 of the dwelling units and duplex them down into the first floor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So in your opinion, does the proposed residential use below the second floor comply with all the requirements for special use as set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, I addressed those various criteria within my report. I believe the proposed special use would fulfill those requirements and criteria.
And if we did continue your testimony, it would be consistent with the report that we submitted to the board.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. We're here to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Ms. Carmen Nazario. Ms. Nazario owns the subject property at 4111 West Armitage Avenue. The lot is currently improved with a 3-story mixed-use building containing a grade-level retail unit and 2 residential apartments above. It's also a transit-served location because of its immediate proximity to the Armitage Avenue bus route. Since about 2006, the property has been home to the En Las Tablas Performing Arts Center. The community-based arts organization has grown in popularity and demand, and specifically in the Hermosa neighborhood, so much so that we're trying now to expand the footprint of the first floor. The issue is that in doing that, we have to reorganize the porch system at the rear of the property for ingress and egress to the secondary ingress and egress to the residential units above grade. In order to permit the project, we are seeking variations to reduce the rear setback and waive the off-street parking requirement for the property. I do have 2 witnesses, again, the applicant, Ms. Carmen Nazario, and our project architect, Luis Martinez. And with that, I'd call my first witness.
Proceed.
Carmen, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Carmen Nazario. I live at 1858 North Nagle in Chicago.
And you own the subject property at 4111 West Armitage?
Yes, I do.
And you're also the co-founder and executive director of En Las Tablas, the arts organization, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And again, the driving force of the project is to permit a first floor addition to expand the capacity of the Arts Center.
Yes.
And in order to do that, though, we need to reorganize the entrances at the rear of the building on 2nd and 3rd floors.
Correct.
Okay, and I want to also point out that this is part of the Invest Southwest grant program through the city of Chicago, is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked with both Alderman Ramirez Rosa and Alderman Fuentes as well as the Department of Planning and Development on this specific project.
Yes, I have.
And you've also worked with the 26th Ward Zoning Advisory Board.
Yes.
And at this point, you believe that you have support from all of those organizations and groups.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Louis, can you please restate your name and address for the record?
Louis A. Martinez, 2132 West Concord Place.
And again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
And you've previously testified in that capacity before this board, is that right?
Yes.
With respect to the rear setback reduction, I want to make sure it's clear for the record. The hardship that's necessitating the relief is really the existing footprint of the building on the lot. Is that right?
That's correct.
And again, the second and third floors are, the units are essentially going to remain where they are. Our proposal reorganizes the porch system behind them, again, above grade, so that we retain that secondary means of ingress and egress to the property.
That is correct.
And again, although we're asking for a reduction to 13.83 feet, that's only for the first floor, correct?
Yes,
The second floor and third floor of the existing building will remain set back over 66 feet from the rear property line.
that's correct.
And then with respect to the parking reduction, again, this is a transit served location with immediate proximity to the Armitage Avenue bus route.
Yes, it is.
And by not providing the parking spaces on site, we're able to maximize the footprint of the Art Center on the first floor.
That's correct.
Louis, it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would be.
Thank you very much. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session. Sam, you want the? Two and three. 19 and 20. And 20. Yeah. Are we good to go? Okay. All right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the date stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the withdrawals are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 124S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 224Z and 324Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
I recuse myself.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 424S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 524S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 624Z and 724Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 824S and 924Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 1124Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 1224S and 1324Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 1424Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 1524S, 1624Z, and 1724Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 1824Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 1924Z and 2024Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Toya.
Absent.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 2124Z and 2224Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 2324Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 2424S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 2524Z and 2624Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move that we recess until 2 p.m. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are in recess until 2 p.m.
Everybody, thank you for the appearance forms. We really appreciate it. And once you're done, you can leave the appearance form there and just have a seat. If you are here for a continuance, you can line up in the aisle where that gentleman is standing right now in the dark suit. And you can line up there if you're requesting a continuance. Hello, we have some new people. Okay, we have appearance forms right there on the table. If you find the appearance form that has the subject property you are here for the matter, that would be located at the top, right? And okay, then you sign on the top. If you're against, you sign on the bottom. So which property are you here for? Okay, Franklin. Yes. Okay, are you counsel? Okay, are you here against or? for? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, let's look down over here. And we can always make one if we can't find it, but I'm pretty sure it's here. Wow, it should be here. Okay. Does anyone have the appearance form for 2841 North Southport Avenue? There we go. Who said we do? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, sir. If you would find the subject property that you're here for the matter. And then once you do, if you're here for the applicant, then you sign at the top. So that's the one or this one? Okay. If you are opposed, then you would sign the bottom. Just put your name, address, and zip code. Oh.
Just in case.
Just in case you need to. Okay, so that would be Thomas Moore. Did you want to talk about it?
Is that Tom over there?
So does he know that you're there?
He knows I was coming.
Okay, all right.
He's in the camera.
Okay, Mr. Moore? Someone here to see you? This way, Mr. Moore. Now, I want you to listen carefully, though, just in case, if they're calling for a continuance, I don't know, okay? So that's what they're lining up for. So listen carefully, okay?
All right, we got you.
But if you miss it, don't worry, you can always call me on Monday.
All right.
Can we get your number? Oh, sure. Yeah, here, I'll get the agenda and I'll write my number on it. I should have brought my cards. I'm sorry. All right, everybody just calls me J9. 3, 1, 2, 7, 4, 4, 8, 1, 6, 7. But they call me J9.
I like it. Thank you.
Okay, did everybody return the appearance forms? Okay. As soon as the hearing starts, I will be collecting them. Welcome, new people. Oh, hi. How are you, Jerry? Okay, if you can sign in, find the case that you're here for. Okay. Mr. Gerald already knows the drill.
He gives an idea.
Yeah, he knows. I don't have to tell him nothing. That's probably the mayor calling him. Okay, sign the appearance form, sign the matter that you're here on. And then if you're here for the applicant, you sign up on top. If you're here against, oh, you already did.
Okay, good afternoon. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. And we are now taking continuances or withdrawals. I do want to note that we only have 3 commissioners for this afternoon. So if you want a continuance, now would be the time to come forward. All right, Counselor?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Matthew Alley on behalf of the applicant Racine Product, Inc. Concerning matter 33823-S, which is near the bottom of page 10. For this matter, due to the absence of commissioners, the applicant would request a short continuance for this matter.
Okay. Are you looking for a 1 month?
1 month would be great.
Okay. So this is calendar number 33823-S. Will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. session, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kareem Musso on behalf of the property owner at 7645 South St. Lawrence Avenue. It's not on the agenda, but it was inadvertently missed. It was continued to today, but because it was not on the agenda, we did not prepare to come forward. And we are seeking a 1 month continuance.
Oh, okay. This is for, what's the number?
7645 South St. Lawrence.
Okay, so calendar number 32523Z will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. session, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Tim Barton with the law firm of Thomas Rains. On behalf of the applicant 2410 Prop Limited, this is case number 435-23S on page 11. And in light of the fact that there's only one member is missing, a fourth member is missing, I should say, we're asking for a 1-month continuance on this.
All right, this is calendar number 43523S, will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. session, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman. Nick Fatikas for the record. On page 11, 39823S concerning 2601 through 07 West Cermak Road. We are seeking a continuance. We have communicated that intent with the Alderman's office. We are seeking a 1-month continuance though on this one because it has been previously continued for the same quorum issue, and we're working against the state deadline. So I want to make sure that if there is an available spot in February, we would be able to land on that continuance agenda.
Okay, this is calendar number 39823S, will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. session, and no further notice will be given.
And then Chairman, I actually have 2 additional matters on page 10, 29323Z, 29423Z. We are aware of possible objection to the application, and given the 3-member number, we are seeking a continuance. If February is available, we'd love it. If not, we would take March.
Okay. All right, calendar numbers 29323Z and 29423Z will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. session, and no further notice will be given.
Great, thank you.
Any other continuances or withdrawals? All right, seeing none, Victor, call the first case. Yes, yeah, let's recall that one. All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 1024S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed single-lane drive-through for a proposed restaurant, Charlie's Cheese Steaks, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, AK and Associates LLC. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the architectural floor plan dated June 12, 2023. Charlie's exterior elevations dated June 16, 2023. Site plan, parking and drive-through plan, landscape plan version 2, and landscape details dated January 19, 2024, all prepared by RJA Architects Ltd. And 3, prior to the issuance of any building permits, a final landscape plan consistent with the site plan and parking and drive-through plans dated January 19, 2024 is submitted for review and approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kolpak, office at 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. To my right is the applicant, AK and Associates LLC, Mr. Samira Khatib. And to his right is our expert witness, Mr. Kareem Musawir. First, I'd like to thank you for accommodating us and transferring us from the 9 o'clock to the 2 o'clock call, and I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you very much. We're here today requesting application for a special use to establish a one-lane drive-through for proposed restaurant. The subject site is approximately 13,365 square feet. It is an unimproved vacant lot. The applicant is proposing to construct a new 1,732 square foot, one-story brick and masonry restaurant, building with indoor dining and at grade outdoor patio, 9 vehicle off-street parking spaces, 2 of which are ADA accessible with accompanying ramps, 6 bicycle rack and masonry truss enclosures. Mr. Khatib, could you please state your name?
Yes, thank you for having me here. My name is Samir Khatib.
Mr. Khatib, you're the applicant. What will your hours of operation be?
Well, from 10 to 10,
And will that be 7 days a week?
7 days a week.
And how many employees would you have at each shift?
4 employee minimum.
And you went to Archer Heights Civic Association
Yes,
and you explained your project and they were in full support?
yes, I did. I talked to them and I showed them the blueprint and they love it. They wanted to be there.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there's a letter from Archer Heights Civic Association dated August 4th of 2023 in your file.
We do have it.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to qualify Mr. Musawir as an expert.
Yep. And the board recognizes Mr. Musawir's expertise.
Thank you very much. Mr. Musawir, would you please state your name?
Kareem Musawir.
And Mr. Musawir, you were retained by the applicant in your role as an expert witness, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you visited the property, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you inspected the physical surroundings, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you prepared an affidavit as well as a findings of fact. And if you're called on to testify further, you testify in substantial compliance.
Yes, I would.
I have no further questions from Mr. Musawir.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice day, everyone. Back to regular order, case 2724S, 13527 South Brainerd.
Right, we'll have the Department of Planning and Development read the recommendation. Could you state your name and role, please?
Paulina Reyes?
I'm sorry.
Paulina Reyes?
I'm asking for the person behind you. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Joe Pena, City Planner with Department of Planning and Development.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and read the recommendation.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Could you state your name and address?
Paulina Reyes, 13527 South Brainerd.
And you're the applicant today?
Yes.
And you're looking to open a hair salon, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about your experience in the hair salon business?
So I've been working for 13 years in hair salons, and I'm going to open my own shop, and I'll be doing hair services, body waxing,
facial. Pretty much that's it.
If you just make sure you speak into that
Oh.
microphone, we do have a court reporter here who's taking everything down. So are you a licensed cosmetologist?
Yes.
Okay. And how many employees do you intend on having?
So far will be just two total.
Okay. And will both be cutting hair?
Yes.
Okay. And it'll be you and one other person?
Yes.
And the other person will be licensed as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what are the hours you intend on keeping?
9 till 7.
Is that 7 days a week?
We'll be closed on Sundays.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to have another request for another continuance.
Okay. You're just trying to make my job easier today, Nick?
Yours and mine, sir. Nick Fatikas again for the record on page 94124S. We were, while I was seeking the continuances previously, we learned that there were some objectors to this case. Given the 3-person board, we'd really appreciate the opportunity to present to a 4-member board. If February is available, we would prefer that date.
Okay. Calendar number 4124S will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next 3 cases, 2824Z, 2924Z, 3024Z, 4455 North Greenview.
Okay, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Chairman, Fred Augustin. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Kate Blomgren and Alistair Bullet. Applicants own the property at 4455 North Greenview. Subject property is currently improved with an existing 2-story single-family residence, as well as a 2-car garage with a rooftop deck. And in between these 2 improvements is a 1-story deck and stairway. This deck does connect the home and garage. The plan is to tear down that deck and build a 1-story addition, as well as a new stairway. We are also replacing the rooftop deck on the garage. And with this addition, we are connecting the home and the garage. To do this project, we are seeking variations to reduce the rear setback from 25.70 feet to 23.79 feet, relocate the rear yard open space on top of the proposed rooftop deck, as well as increasing the existing FAR from 0.9 to 0.96. Here with me this afternoon is the applicant, Kate Blomgren, and our project architect, Bill Massey. And just briefly, Mr. Chairman, our hardship is we only have a 92-foot deep lot, no alley, and it's a home that's at least 50 years of age. So with that, first witness, Ms. Blomgren, please state your name and address for the record.
Mary Catherine Blomgren, 4455 North Greenview, Chicago.
And you and your partner own this property, correct?
Yes.
It's improved with an existing single-family residence.
Yes.
And as I stated, the plan is to tear down the deck and build a new 1-story addition with a stairway, as well as replacing the rooftop deck. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in order to do this project, we are seeking variations to the rear setback, rear yard open space, and FAR. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had difficulty in complying with these setbacks because the lot's only 92 feet deep. Is that right?
Correct.
You executed an affidavit, which I submitted to the board on your behalf. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Thank you. And my final witness, Mr. Massey, please state your name and address for the record.
Bill Massey, Massey Associate Architects, 4043 North Ravenswood, Chicago.
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois. Is that correct?
Yes.
As I outlined previously, the subject property is a short lot and is improved with an older single-family residence. Is that right?
Yes.
And the conditions posed a hardship in trying to comply with the rear setback, rear yard open space, and FAR requirements. Is that correct?
Yes,
You executed an affidavit which I submitted to the board on your behalf. Is that right?
yes,
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit.
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions from my witnesses.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 3124F.
Will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. And for the record, the board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 3124S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the non-accessory, non-required parking lot with 21 off-street parking spaces at 2200 West Hubbard Street to serve an existing commercial building at 2145 West Grand, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 2145 Grand LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the landscape plan dated January 19, 2024, prepared by Seek Design and Architecture. Councilor Fatikas, you can proceed with the short form.
All right, thank you, sir. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 2145 Grand LLC. The applicant owns the subject property located again at 2200 West Hubbard Street. The applicant also owns a neighboring property at 2145 West Grand Avenue and is actually in the process of renovating that property for commercial uses. Although there is no zoning relief or technical off-street parking requirement for the 2145 building, the applicant would like to offer off-street parking at the subject property to future commercial tenants. In order to do that, the applicant is seeking a special use to establish 2200 West Hubbard as a non-accessory parking lot because the subject property is located in in PMD number 4 subarea A. And Chairman, for the record, I do want to make sure that the letter of recommendation reflects this. We started with 22 parking spaces and actually reduced it to meet our landscaping requirements. So the proposed number of parking spaces is 21. I believe that's correct, but I did tell Nancy I would get that on the record as well. And with that, I have 3 witnesses on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Corey Faulkner, our project architect, Jason Nuttleman, and our MAI appraiser, Joe Ryan. Corey, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Corey Faulkner, 1714 West Beach Avenue.
And you are the manager of the applicant, 2145 Grand LLC?
Yes,
And again, you're in the process of establishing a non-accessory parking lot at the subject property to serve the commercial building at 2145 West Grand Avenue. Is that right?
yes,
And Corey, is it your understanding that my office provided you with witness statements before this hearing?
that's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes,
Thank you very much. If there are any questions about design, I have Mr. Nuttleman here to answer it, but it's a special use, so I could probably skip to Mr. Ryan.
Agreed.
Joe, can you please restate your name and address for the record?
Joseph F. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, you are familiar with the subject property at 2200 West Hubbard?
I am.
And the scope of your assignment in this case was to evaluate whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you did prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
I did.
It's your understanding a copy of that report has already been submitted to the board?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
It would.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our proposal.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
27 North Halsted.
Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you, yes, you, that's okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 3224S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed beauty shop, hair, nail, and skin services. And for the record, the board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Megan Murphy from Thompson Coburn, 55 East Monroe Street. On behalf of the applicant, Beyond Ventures LLC, I'm here with Alexis Rivera, the manager of the applicant, and Mr. Joe Ryan, the appraiser for the project. Applicant has a lease for space on the ground floor of the existing mixed-use building at 2706 North Halsted and is requesting approval of a special use for a salon because there is at least one other salon within 1,000 feet of the subject property. My client intends to sublease each of the individual rooms in the space to various salon professionals who will offer hair, nail, and skincare services. There will be one full-time employee at the salon, and licenses for all professionals subleasing the rooms will be confirmed and verified. My client has received support from the Wrightwood Neighbors Association and Alderman Knudsen's office for the proposed business. Like I said, I'm here with our two witnesses, Ms. Rivera and Mr. Ryan. Ms. Rivera, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Alexis Rivera, 2706 North Halsted.
And you are the manager of the applicant? You are requesting approval for a special use to operate a salon at the subject property, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you briefly describe the type of skincare services offered at the salon?
Waxing and facials.
Thank you. And there will not be any microblading or tattoo services, is that correct?
No.
In conjunction with our application and this hearing, we prepared an affidavit for your review and execution, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify further on this matter, would your testimony today be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. Mr. Ryan, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And you prepared an appraisal report regarding the subject property in this application?
I did.
If you were testifying further on this matter, would your testimony today be consistent with the conclusions provided in your report?
It would.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, no further questions for these witnesses, and we're here for any of your questions.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case 3324Z, 4676 West 82nd Street.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I am Tom Pekarsky of the law firm of Gordon and Pekarsky, representing the applicant Prani Minsawan. And joining us this afternoon is Ann Alspa, who is the project architect. We're before you seeking variations of the front yard, side yards, and total combined side yards for the property commonly known as 4676 West 82nd Street. The site is currently improved with a single-family home that has a second floor addition to it. The applicant purchased this property in 2003 with that addition already in place. She was subsequently informed by the city that it did not conform to zoning. So she comes here with clean hands, seeking to perfect the zoning on this.
Counselor, you asked the one question that I was interested in, or you answered the one question that I was interested in about when this addition happened. So you can have them swear to their affidavits. And
Okay.
then,
Okay. I would first like to call the applicant Pranay Minsawan. Pranay, please state your name and address for the record.
Pranay Minsawan.
And-
And my address is 4676 West 82nd Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60652.
And have I previously provided you an affidavit that you have signed and that we have submitted to the board testifying to the facts of the matter today?
Yes,
And if I asked you those questions again, would your answers be substantially similar today to what appears on the affidavit?
yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Next, I would like to call Ms. Ann Elspaugh. Ann, please state your name and occupation and business address for the record.
Okay, my name is Ann Alspa. I'm an architect. I live and work in the same place at 11337 South Forestville, Chicago, Illinois, 60628, the Pullman Historic Park.
And
Have to get that in there.
have you been employed to prepare architectural drawings for the subject site?
Yes,
Thank you. And have I previously provided you an affidavit in which outlines your testimony that you expected to provide today that has been subsequently submitted to the board?
yes,
And if I were to ask you the questions that appear on that affidavit, would your answers be substantially similar to what appear on that?
yes.
affidavit? Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness and no further witnesses.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case 3424 Z 722 West 19th Street.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here seeking an application for a variation to reduce the minimum lot area from the required 3,000 to 2,712 square feet. And this is because this lot has a substandard depth of 113 feet versus 125. If it had the standard depth, we wouldn't require this variation, and that's the only thing that brings us before the board. So with that, I'll move on to my witnesses. One caveat, Jessica in the middle here is acting as Maria, the manager's translator.
Oh.
Jessica is her daughter, so.
Okay, let me swear you in as a translator. What's your name?
Jessica Torres?
Torres? Okay. Do you swear or affirm, well, strike that. Is the language Spanish?
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to accurately and truthfully translate Spanish to English and English to Spanish in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maria, can you please state your name for the record?
¿Puedes dar tu nombre para récord de la corte? Sí. Yes.
My name is Maria B. Sadat.
Maria, are you the manager of the applicant?
María, ¿eres la manager de la aplicación?
Sí.
Yes.
And Maria, did you sign an affidavit in connection with our findings of fact?
María, ¿firmaste un affidavit de lo que se encontró? Sí. Yes.
And are the statements that you made in the affidavit true and correct?
Lo que declaraste en este affidavit fueron correctos y verdaderos? Sí. Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony you provided in that affidavit? Do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony you provide in that affidavit?
El testimonio que vas a dar el día de hoy es correcto y se adopta al affidavit? Sí. Yes.
I have no further questions from Maria. Jaime, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Jaime Gascon.
And you're the project architect for the applicant, correct?
That is correct.
And you prepared the plans subject to this application?
I did.
And did you sign an affidavit in connection with the findings of fact?
I did.
And the testimony you provide in that affidavit, is it true and correct?
It is true and correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today, the testimony you provide in that affidavit?
Yes.
Unless the board has any further questions, we rest.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Next case, 3822 West 63rd Street.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yeah, I do.
And for the record, the board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise. I'll go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for counter number 3524S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. Counselor Moore, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. My name for the record is Thomas S. Moore. We tell the board who you are.
Anayeli Castro.
And Anayeli, you are a licensed cosmetologist, is that right?
Yes, I've been licensed for 6 years.
And before that, at about 6 years, you worked as an assistant in a hair salon and learned the trade, is that right?
Yes,
And now you'd like to have your own shop and you've negotiated a lease at this address, is that right?
yes,
And how many chairs would you have, hopefully?
2,
Okay, and what would your hours be?
Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 5, Thursday, 11 to 7.
Okay, and you and I worked out a witness statement, and if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that, would you?
Yes,
Okay, the gentleman to her right, would you tell us who you are, please?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, the offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
And at my request, you made an investigation and a report that found that the granting of this special use will not have a negative effect on any other properties, and that this application can meet all of the criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use. Is that right?
Yes.
If you were to continue to testify, would you testify consistently with your report?
Would.
That's our case.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next two cases, 3624Z, 3724Z, 2445 North Lincoln.
Excellent.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor Moore, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. My name for the record is Tom Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
Nicholas Kanich.
And you and a partner own this property on Lincoln Avenue, is that right?
Correct.
And it's right next to the biograph, and there was pressure upon you to kind of save as much, at least of the feeling of the building as you could, is that right?
Correct.
So you hired an architect and you did a new front facade and side walls in the same place that the current ones are, is that right?
Yes.
But you had to move and we're asking for a variance, the rear wall a little bit because it was only 17 feet off the back lot line, which is short. And to be able to have some parking there, you need 18 feet. Is that right?
Correct.
And so we're asking for a variance in the rear yard and also to only have 3 parking spaces for 6 units above the commercial space. Is that right?
Yes.
And we have the approval of the Wrightwood neighbors and a letter of approval from the alderman. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out a witness statement. If you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that witness statement. Is that right?
Correct.
Will you tell us who you are, sir?
Yes, and Andrew Lepowski, I'm the architect on the project.
And at this gentleman and his partner's request, you drew these plans to fit into the kind of historic nature of
Correct.
that
Yes.
section. Is that right?
Yes.
And but you had to move the back, and you're keeping the walls basically, but renewing or preserving, but enhancing the facade, the front facade, right?
Correct.
But the rear yard, we needed a variance for to enable us to have 3 parking spaces. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And if the lot is a little bit short, is it?
Yes, it's 17 feet right now. We need 18 for the parking.
Right. But
So we're going to move the rear wall in from its existing location.
very well. And you and I worked out a witness statement whereby if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that witness
Yes.
statement. That's our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cases 3824F, 3924Z, 2841 North Southport.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 3824S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to permit a new 4-story, 3-dwelling unit residential building with detached 3-car garage with roof deck, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 11, 2024, prepared by 360 Design Studio, and the 2 northernmost vehicular parking spaces include deed restrictions or similar conditions on use to ensure reasonable rights of access through and ingress to and egress from this parking space for the purpose of accessing and moving trash cans from primary on-site trash area to from the alley on designated trash and recycling pickup days. Counselor Moore, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. My name, for the record, is Tom Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
My name is Thomas Rubin on behalf of 2841 North Southport LLC, the developer.
And your developer has, your LLC has a contract to purchase this property to develop it if we are granted the variance and special use. Is that right?
That's correct. We're under contract to purchase it and would develop it into a 3-unit condominium building in accordance with the renderings we delivered to council.
Okay. And the entire block, except for one store at the northern end of the block, all of the buildings there are residential buildings. Is that right?
That's right. They're all residential, and we felt that this would be in line with the neighborhood to construct a 3-unit residential building, as it's not really a business district, so a commercial business wouldn't really fit on that lot.
Well, as a matter of fact, to put a store in the middle of that block that's all residential would not work at all, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so you hired 360, and then we went through a process where we actually had a community meeting that the final vote was 37 to 3 or 4 or 5 in our favor. Is that right?
Yeah, we presented to the South Lakeview neighbors and there was a lot of questions about it. And, after back and forth questions about the development, it was overwhelmingly positively in favor of it, 37 to, I think, a few after we presented everything.
Okay, and one of the confusing things that the architect can explain, but even though most of the block is B, and that's why we need the special use, there is an R district immediately north, and that created the setback, the variances for the garage, so you could have 3 parking spaces in the back. Is that right?
Right. Yep, that's correct.
Okay, and then we had a series of back and forths with the planning department and their recommendation about the garbage pickup and all those things. And we made all of those accommodations and resolved all those issues. Is that right?
That's right. We specifically contemplated for the garbage in the plans to, not have it in the alleyway so we could make a positive ingress egress for the garbage to go in and out.
And that was one of the issues that the neighborhood had as well that we resolved. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you and I worked out a witness statement where if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that witness statement. Is that right?
That is correct.
The next gentleman, will you tell us who you are?
Christopher Bohm.
And Mr. Bohm, you're a licensed architect. You've appeared in front of this board many times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked to make this 3-unit condominium, and the lot is a little bit short. Is that right?
Yes, 5 feet short.
And then the fact that it had the R district to its north, even though it's a B district and everything to the south is a B district, that created these variances, but you're still going to have a gangway. It's just that the garage is going to encroach into the side yard and rear yard. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And you and I worked out a witness statement whereby you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. Is that right?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
I would, yes.
Thank you. The gentleman to his right, who are you, sir?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
And at my request, did you look at the area, take pictures, make a report as to whether or not, in your opinion, this would be a viable spot for a residential ground floor as opposed to a commercial ground floor use?
I did.
And what was your result? What was your opinion?
It would.
And did you also address all the other criteria necessary for the board to grant this special use in your report?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would you testify consistently with it?
Would.
That's our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a great weekend. 27 North Avenue.
We don't have any objectors here. We just have a big team.
Okay, so he's not an objector over there.
He's a associate at my firm, a new one.
Oh,
So he's witnessing.
oh, okay, great. That's usually where the objectors sit.
You better not. be.
He's not gonna have a job for long
Right,
if he starts
exactly.
objecting. All right, would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. For calendar number 4024S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult-use cannabis dispensary, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Alana LLC. Two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. Three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, floor plan, and exterior elevations A3.01, A3.02, A3.03, A3.04, and drawings dated January 12, 2024, prepared by RDC Collaborative, and the landscape plan dated January 15, 2024, prepared by Blue Stem Design, Inc. Counselor, you have no objectors, and you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here seeking a special use permit to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary at the 2200 North Ashland, which everyone knows is a former Green Dolphin nightclub. This building has been vacant for several years. It's suffered neglect, and we're seeking to activate it with this adult use cannabis dispensary. Due to that neglect and the problems that has been associated with this, we have pretty robust support from Alderman Wagasback, Bucktown Community Organization, and North Branch Works. And I think Mr. Simmons from North Branch Works is also here if you want to hear from him. And we also held the general community meeting. So with that, we'll move on to my first witness, Mr. Gerwagas. Can you state your name, please?
Ninos Georges.
And you're the manager of the applicant, correct?
I am.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with our findings of fact?
I did.
And the testimony you provide in that affidavit, was it true and correct?
True and correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony you provide in that affidavit? Unless there's questions for Ninos, we'll move on.
Just go through them all.
All right. Virginia, can you state your name for the record, please?
Virginia Majori?
And you're the project architect, correct?
Yes.
And you prepared the plans subject to this application?
Yes.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
Yes.
And the testimony you provide in the affidavit, was it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony provided in that affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Leonard, I'll move to you. Can you state your name for a record?
Steve Leonard.
And you recognize Mr. Leonard as an expert, correct?
The board recognizes his expertise.
Thank you.
And Mr. Leonard, you signed an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
That's correct.
And the testimony you provided in that affidavit, was it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony that you provided in that affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Woolen, can you state your name for the record? And you're an MIA appraiser?
I'm an MAI appraiser, Illinois State Certified General Appraiser.
The board recognizes his expertise as well.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
I have,
And the testimony you provided in that affidavit, was it true and correct?
it is,
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony you provided in that affidavit?
I do.
Mr. Buna, can you state your name for record
Abdulway Abuna,
and your position?
Principal at KLOA. I'm a traffic engineer.
And you recognize Mr.
And the board recognizes Mr. Abuna's expertise as well.
Thank you. And did you sign an affidavit in connection with this findings of fact?
Yes, I did.
And is the testimony you provided in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony you provided in that affidavit?
Yes, I do.
I think that's all I got. Everybody else didn't submit an affidavit.
Okay. And then you do have a supporter here, is
Yeah,
that right?
Mr. Simmons.
Sir, do you just want to briefly explain why you're here in support?
Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. We're a membership-based nonprofit that serves small industrial and manufacturing businesses. We're also a City of Chicago delegate agency for the Local Industrial Retention Initiative and the Neighborhood Business Development Center program. We're here because we're especially encouraged by the economic development benefits the project would bring to the area. including 20 full-time jobs. We also think it fits in well with the surrounding land uses with major employers like Horween Leather Company, Ozinga, and Chicago Roof Deck and Garden. We also think that this will generate spillover traffic to nearby businesses like Mariano's. And I'd also just like to point out that we're excited about it bringing a woman and minority-owned business to the area. And we had a great meeting with Alana LLC, and we look forward to working with them should the project move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your challenge.
Right, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 4224S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed medium venue for up to 580 persons with 21 shared surface parking spaces, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Moonlight Studios, Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 19, 2024, prepared by Aria Group. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what? Let me, everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now you can proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Tim Barton. I'm with the Law Office of Thomas R. Raines. Sitting to my right is Dean McNaughton, a shareholder in Moonlight Studios, Inc. And to his right is Toby Sorensen, who is our planning expert.
The board recognizes Mr. Sorensen's expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dean, let me ask you, I've supplied you with an affidavit. Did you review it and sign that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony in fact be in compliance with that?
Yes.
Toby, you prepared a report, your planning report on this. If you were to, and you reached conclusions, positive conclusions regarding the criteria for special use and special use in planned manufacturing districts?
That's correct.
If you were to testify on this today, further on this today, would your answers be in compliance with your statements in your report?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, also Alderman Burnett has indicated his support of this. I believe he supplied that to the board.
I don't recall actually seeing that letter.
No. Oh. I was told by his assistant that he had passed that word on.
Okay.
So there, as far as I know, there isn't a letter, but,
Oh, okay.
okay, sorry for the misunderstanding.
Reggie?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
The answer, I just want to know who it was, right?
We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 4424 D, 12 North Central.
Would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Hello, my name is Maria Virginia Martinez. I am from Croak, Fairchild, Duarte, and Bears. I am here on behalf of the 6212 Winthrop Corporation applicant. The subject property is an existing four-story, eight-dwelling unit building, which is seeking a variation to reduce the required north and the south side setbacks from 5 feet each to 0, only for the new rear first floor 6-car parking garage and a one-story open roof access stair on the north middle/rear side. Also, to reduce the required rear setback from 45 feet to 9 feet in order to construct above the new rear garage a second through fourth floor addition with a 3 dwelling units for a total of 11 dwelling units, which will provide the required side setbacks of 5 feet each. The property is located within 200 feet of the CTA Granville Station and will take advantage of the transit-served location parking reduction, which is allowed by right with the parking reduction. With the proposed variation, the applicant seeks to achieve the highest and best use of the property and provide more housing opportunities near transit. To the owner, would you please state your name for the record?
George Nugent.
Is it true that you signed an affidavit in connection with this case today?
Yes.
And if I were to continue to ask you questions today, would your answers be similar to the facts contained in that affidavit?
Yes.
You and to the architect, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Mario Pinchao.
Is it true that the architect signed an affidavit in connection with this case today?
Yes, it's true.
And if I were to continue to ask questions today, would your answers be similar to the facts contained in that affidavit?
Yes.
I have no further questions for the applicant.
Okay. I've got a question for the, for either the applicant or the architect. Can somebody explain to me what the hardship is that's necessitating the variation?
May I speak?
Sure.
My name is Gerald Garcia. I'm from Gerald Garcia Zoning Consulting Incorporated. I'm here to give zoning consultation. Do you need to have my background?
Sure, provide it.
I worked for the zoning and planning department for over 35 years as their plan examiner and chief plan examiner when I retired. I've reviewed numerous applications for denials and for zoning amendments, over 1,000 in my 35 years of serving the city. So hoping that you would take my information or my knowledge as being a witness.
You can testify. For variations, we don't typically recognize experts.
Okay.
But you can, any one of you can explain the hardship. So go ahead.
The hardship is that when the building was built in 2006, it was built as a 3B construction, which is wood frame and brick. He couldn't build the 11 units at that time because the RM6 zone allowed it with minimum lot area, but he didn't have enough parking. His lot size only allowed for 8 spots. So he couldn't build the 3 units or the 3 extra units. Because the transit serve location that was approved last year, it now gave him a reduction as of right. He is now going to take advantage of that and do the extra 3 units for a total of 11, which he couldn't do before. The hardship would be that if he were to just add the units above the existing building, the construction type wouldn't allow that to happen. Plus, you'd also have to install an elevator and evict everyone in the building in order to demolish all the floors and structures to make it into a metal structural type that would support the extra floors. So his hardship is that he has to go in the rear of the lot and not upwards.
Any other questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
2115 through 25 East 95th Street.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the recommendation for calendar number 38523S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed single-lane drive-through to serve a proposed one-story fast food restaurant, Dunkin', provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Sean 95th and Jeffrey LLC. Two, the applicant maintains the hedge landscaping north of the subject property within the 95th Street public right-of-way, which has been installed in lieu of the required perimeter landscape screening. And three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan version 2 and landscape plan version 2, floor plan, exterior elevations A 5.0 and A 5.1, and site demolition plan dated January 19, 2024, prepared by Nick Scarlatus and Associates LTD. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form, but let me swear your witnesses in.
Thank you.
Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Sean 95th and Jeffrey LLC. The applicant is a contract to purchase a subject property located at 2115 through 25 East 95th Street. The subject site contains approximately 6,055 square feet of total lot area, and it's currently vacant and unimproved. It's actually being used as accessory off-site parking for the shopping center immediately west of the property. Now, the applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new one-story Dunkin' restaurant building and a single drive-through lane. Although the restaurant is permitted use, the proposed drive-through lane requires a special use because the subject property is located in a B31 district. Additionally, again, we are seeking a variation for the landscape setback against or along the 95th Street side of the property so that our landscaping, perimeter landscaping can align with the shopping center to the immediate west. Again, I do have three witnesses on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Sanjeev Katal, our project architect, Nicoletta Scarlatus, and our land planning consultant, Kareem Musawir. And Chairman, I do have one quick housekeeping matter to make sure I get on the record. The original application, as you may recall, proposed a Taco Bell. The Taco Bell concept was something that raised some issues or concerns with the neighbors. Fortunately, Mr. Katal is a franchisee in both of those brands and was able to get approval for a Dunkin' restaurant to replace it. So we did submit revised findings of fact and revised witness statements referencing or replacing Taco Bell with the Dunkin' Donuts that the neighbors and the alderman agreed on. The other point that I want to raise is we did receive just moments before the hearing a letter showing or requesting some commitments for ownership and for the franchisee in terms of store operations. But one of the issues that's come up is the turning out of the drive-through lane. It's been requested multiple times by members of the community that we put in a pork chop to force a left back to 95th Street. We've suggested that and actually reviewed that with DPD and with CDOT, and it's our understanding that that's not possible. They're recommending against putting in a pork chop. So we're finding ourselves in a difficult scenario in the spirit or the interest of compromise and following through on what we've committed to already. We'll add a sign or even two signs, a left only as well as a no right turn. We're open to whatever direction or condition the board feels comfortable with to address that concern, but we can't promise a pork chop that we know CDOT and the department would not approve. So I just wanted to make sure that point was raised for the record because it's the only open issue, it's something we don't have flexibility to address.
And has there been any discussion about that piece of it?
Yes, we did have a conference call with the Alderman's office and with DPD at the same time to talk through some of the site details, and I do see Nancy maybe can add a little bit of additional color.
Sure, Nancy, if you could fill us in.
Yeah, this is something that regularly CDOT is opposed to. What happens is it causes traffic and pedestrian safety issues because of the configuration of these pork chops. It forces like wider area for pedestrians to have to cross. It's just more complicated. The other aspect of this that, and kind of going through my notes from when we had that call, is that I recall that CDOT had said that they believe the bulk of the traffic is going to be coming in off of 95th and circulating back to 95th. So they felt comfortable with, as the attorney has suggested, having signage that specifically says no right turn, left turn only. And then, just really kind of encouraging everyone through the signage to turn back to 95th Street.
Okay.
As long as that's in the record and you guys understand that point of the issue that was raised and our attempt to respond to it, then I can proceed to our typical case in chief.
So we're talking about a left turn only.
From the drive-through lane. So on the south portion of the lot where you see the single lane, it's a east-west lane that leads you out to Clyde at the south side of our property. I can approach if you'd like, just to make sure that we're 100% clear. This driveway,
Yeah.
it's a one-way driveway, single lane drive-through. The goal is to add signage to force a left turn. In review with CDOT.
She can't hear.
I'm sorry. In review with CDOT and in review with the department, we believe that most of the traffic is going to come to and from, is going to want to use 95th Street as a more arterial street going east and west. So we're confident that people who come in and circulate through the site would want to make a left turn anyway to get back to 95th Street. But it's the point of not being able to put a formal pork chop or some other directional because of the potential pedestrian safety issue. We're fine with that. And our attempt to resolve that issue is to put signage in that says you can't make a right turn. I don't know if that, again, I can't promise it's going to work. I can't promise it's going to work 100% of the time, but the intent is to put our traffic left back to 95th Street.
Okay. Go on.
Yeah, and I was going to say that the similar conversation we had here as well is to encourage everyone who's exiting is to go back to 95th.
And this was a discussion with Alderman Mitchell as well.
Yes.
And his position on signage that says left turn only was what?
We have
Good
to do
enough?
something. We have to do something. I can't speak if that's enough because what happened today was we had an email from a neighborhood association saying we want the pork chop. After having had a conversation with CDOT and DPD with the alderman involved, saying we can't do the pork chop. So I just want to be clear because of some of the murky, I just don't want to be accused of lying and saying that we said we do something when we can't. I want the board to know we can do everything else that they've asked us to do, and we will add signage, but we cannot make a pork chop because we're not going to get a permit for it.
Okay. But the conversation about the pork chop not working and that, it'd have to be something else, Alderman Mitchell was aware.
He was on the call with DPD
Okay.
and with a representative from CDOT. So we talked through several other options as part of our solution.
And the signage was the solution?
Was one of the suggested solutions, separate and apart from Taco Bell becoming a Dunkin'.
Okay. Okay, now you can proceed.
Thank you, sir. Again, Sanj, can you please state your name and address for, actually, Sanj is having an issue talking. Can we have, it's one of his partners, just do the translation or speak?
Sure, yes. Sir, could you state your name, sir?
Sure.
Raj Patel.
And do you swear or affirm to accurately recite the applicant's testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
And, okay, so Sanj, you are the manager of Shahan 95th and Jeffrey LLC,
Yes.
and you have a contract to purchase the subject property again at 2115 through 25 East 95th Street, right?
Yes.
And your plan is to develop it with a one-story Dunkin' restaurant with a single-lane drive-through, is that right?
Yes.
And in working with the community organization, as well as the Alderman's office, you've agreed to, again, not have a Taco Bell and instead operate a Dunkin' facility at this property.
Yes.
In terms of hours of operation, the drive-through will operate 24 hours a day, is that right?
Yes.
The restaurant or dine-in portion of the restaurant would operate 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., is that right?
Yes.
And Sanj, it's your understanding that my office had prepared written witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. Nicoletta, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Nicoletta Scarlatus.
And and you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes.
And you've testified in that capacity before the board, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your firm designed the proposed restaurant and drive-through lane at the subject site?
Yes.
And as part of that design review, you worked with the Department of Planning and Development to develop the single lane drive-through, the access points, the parking, and the corresponding drive aisles. Is that right?
Yes.
And based on today's submittal, you believe that both CDOT or CDOT is preliminary approving the program.
That's correct.
Now, the one issue with the landscape is that our property is already non-conforming with respect to the landscape setback along 95th Street. Is that right?
Right.
So the variation would preserve the existing condition and allow our landscape setback along 95th Street to match the commercial and retail property to the west of our site.
Right.
Thank you. And lastly, Kareem, I'm sorry, Nicoletta, we did also prepare witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Musawir, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Kareem Musawir, 221 North LaSalle Street, Chicago.
And you are a land planning consultant by trade?
I am.
And the scope of your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use which would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you also offered an opinion regarding the landscape setback along 95th Street, correct?
That's correct.
And you did prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions?
I did.
And if you were to continue to testify this afternoon, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to try and explain the background, but we'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
No, the pork chop is very clear.
Okay.
I have questions about the landscape.
Yeah.
So DPD's recommendation is to maintain some existing landscape features, correct?
Yeah, so if we could go back to the landscape page, and again, I feel like I'm inviting myself up there. If I can approach, I think it might be easier just to show you on the paper. If you can go to that aerial, can you hear me? So the existing, if this is 95th Street, this existing landscape buffer and this same dimension extends from the corner all the way west to the retail shopping center located to the west. It's existing non-conforming. If we were to start if we were to tear it up and put in new landscaping, we would be forced to put a 7-foot buffer here. We'd potentially lose parking spaces and or further shrink the drive aisle, which results in the hardship. So our idea was both from a practical position as well as a functional position, it would look aesthetically consistent with our neighbor to the west, and it would also allow the parking and drive aisles to remain compliant. So that's what the landscape setback is intended to do.
And if I may jump in, that area, as he was indicating, this is basically replacing that 7-foot perimeter landscaping, that solid hedge that we would typically require across the parking areas. So that's why we want them to specifically maintain that hedge, because that provides that screening that would normally be on their property.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 427, West 87.
We like our questions answered. Are they good neighbors?
Oh. All right, I'm gonna go, oh, actually, let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 42723S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed expansion of the existing tavern to establish an outdoor patio, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Luciana Norwood, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated November 16, 2023, prepared by Beckley Engineering LLC. Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Who is the applicant here?
No, that's the applicant.
Oh, okay. What brings you here today? Do you want to?
I'm the architect
Okay,
engineer.
could you
of
state your
record.
name and address for the record?
Olabode Beckley, Olabode, last name Beckleyi. Beckley Engineering. 343 Daniel, Danielle Road, Matteson, Matteson, Illinois, zip code 60443. The applicant is here seeking a special use to expand to an existing tavern at 1801 West 87th Street to the adjacent space at 1803 West 87th Street and into a new enclosed rear patio on the ground floor of an existing one-story commercial building. She also have the alderman support for the expansion.
Okay. And this is going to be an enclosed rear patio?
Yes, sir.
And how is it going to be enclosed?
It's completely enclosed with windows, wood frame with aluminum siding on the exterior.
So you're not anticipating noise being an issue?
No, everything is indoor, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Norwood, you're the owner? Okay. And the operator of the tavern?
Yes,
And you prepared an affidavit in this matter, is that correct?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that affidavit?
yes,
Kareem Musawir, You prepared a report and an affidavit in this matter, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that affidavit
Yes, I would.
and your report?
Yes, sir.
No, this is a patio, not a roof deck. Is that correct?
It's not a roof deck, it's a patio.
Patio.
Yeah.
And it's a patio that you're enclosing with glass?
No, wait, a wood frame.
wood.
Window frames, glass window frames.
Okay. Okay. And this is to expand, just to provide more space for your customers, is that correct?
Yeah.
Any questions from the board?
I got a couple. So ma'am, you're the operator owner
Yes.
of the location? And so the liquor license is in your name?
Yes.
Okay, very well. And have you had any issues with Business Affairs and Consumer Protection / the Liquor Commission, Liquor Commissioner? Any issues at all since you've had the license?
Like, what are you saying?
Like serving underage or
Oh, no.
loudness or, so you've had no issues?
No.
Okay. And I do know the alderman of this area, and so I'm sure you mentioned that the alderman is on board, and you know, he was the word soup before he was the alderman, so
And
he
there's
does know this.
There's a letter of support in the
There
file.
is, okay. So he does know this neighborhood very well, and I know that he would voice his opinion if he didn't agree, so good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first, 35.
Okay, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Moore, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. My name for the record is Tom Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
Anna Jung, the homeowner.
And Anna, you and your husband Dennis and 2 children are planning to live in this house and make it your home for the foreseeable future. Is that right?
3 children.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. And it's a classic 100-plus-year-old gray stone in Lincoln Park, but it used to also have a doctor's office attached to it that was at a different level. So people, if they were going to walk between them, would fall down or they didn't match up. And so you need some variances to bring it into full compliance and make it a single home. Is that right?
Yes.
And we appeared in front of the Sheffield neighbors, and that they unanimously supported it. Is that right?
Yes.
And also we have a letter of support from the alderman. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out a witness statement. If you were continuing to testify, you'd testify consistently with that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Gentleman to her right, will you tell us who you are, please?
My name is Ed Tui. I'm a principal at BBA Architects, and I'm the architect of record.
And actually, your firm kind of specializes in restoring and preserving older buildings. Is that right?
We have done a great number of projects similar in character and scope to this.
And we're at the end of the day, but just briefly, you tell the board what you're doing in this case and what the hardship is.
The original brick structure from the 1890s is pretty typical for buildings in that neighborhood at the time. shortly after the original construction, we believe probably only 10 or 15 years, there was an original sort of annex building that was built to the south and to the east end of the property, and it also was contiguous with a garage space at the alley. That was essentially a building that was at grade, and there was some internal connection between those buildings. Sometime in the 1980s, there was a second floor added to that piece. And as such, it was added at a normal height over that portion, and it was a separate apartment so that, you know, the floors were still offset. And then around, I believe, the early 2000s, that rear area was combined into a single unit. And there was a crazy stairway in the back that went up and down, and there was a big addition that was put on the back. We have removed the additions on the rear portion.
So the building is actually going to have less FAR than it does now?
Yes, the building, the floor area is going to be smaller than it has been in its most recent configuration. And there was also a non-conforming sunroom on the east elevation as well. That was
When it's all done, it's going to be totally conforming to code.
completely conforming, yes.
Right. And you and I worked out an affidavit, and if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that
Yes.
right? That's our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session. There were no withdrawals.
No withdrawals.
All right, Katie, are you ready? Okay, you guys ready? All right, let's do it. Okay, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the date stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 1024S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 2724S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 2824Z, 2924Z, and 3024Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 3124S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 3224S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 3324Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 3424Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 3524S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 3624Z and 3724Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 3824S and 3924Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 4024S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 4224S and 4324Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 4424Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 38523S and 38623Z with the additional condition on the special use that there be signage at the exit of the drive-through lane to prevent right turns onto South Clyde Avenue. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 42723S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 46523Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board at its December 15, 2023 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the written resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Great.